emergency response. It's okay. Good morning and welcome to Council Chambers. We are now live, and just before we begin, I'd like to go over the emergency response and evacuation procedures for this room. In the event of an emergency, everybody is required to vacate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me, please take direction from our security personnel in order to evacuate. Council, I'll give you direction and we will leave together. After evacuating the room, please proceed down the stairwell, take the exits to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Please do not take any elevators or walk through the city room in City Hall. If there are any persons with limited mobility, please immediately, with the aid of a monitor, proceed to the closest stairwell. And please, if you can, identify yourself either to the meeting clerk or to security personnel. Thank you so much, Mayor Sohi.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. Acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Ngorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I will move that the August 21st City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.4, Camrose Casino application response. 8.2, Bylaw 20915, amendments to Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw. 9.4, Fort Edmonton Management Company Council Member Appointment. 9.5, Alberta Municipalities Council Member Appointment. 9.7, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Committee Membership. 9.8, City Manager Recruitment, Update Number 6, revised from August 13th, 2024, City Manager Recruitment Committee meeting. 9.9, City Manager Update, Verbal Report. And a replacement report on item 10, motions pending, early learning and care. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Need a seconder, please.
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded that, so please vote.
Yes.
Yep, we have all the votes. Thank you.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings, from the May 28th through 30th, June 3rd, and 25th through 26th, 2024 City Council public hearing, the June 28th, 2024 Special City Council meeting, the July 2nd, 2024 City Council public hearing, and the July 3rd, 4th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Paquette. Okay, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote. I am yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. Well, we have many happy and lovely people joining us in the chamber. So we'll start with Councillor Stevenson first.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to see our chambers so full on such an exciting occasion. The introduction of the City of Edmonton's new Historian Laureate. I'm going to keep you in suspense for another moment, as I'd like to start by recognizing and appreciating the exceptional work of our outgoing historian co-historian laureates, Cheryl Whiskeyjack and Omar Yacoub. Through the past 2 years of their work together, they have explored and extolled the deep connections between Edmontonians from all walks of life. We're indebted to the gifts of stories that you've shared with us. Please join me in recognizing their contributions to our shared stories, Edmontonians. And now I have the distinct honor and pleasure of introducing Donna Coombs-Montrose as the City of Edmonton's new Historian Laureate. The Historian Laureate program originated from the Art of Living, a 10-year plan to enable arts and culture to thrive in Edmonton. This role was created to help residents discover and experience our city's rich heritage. Now, this work is something that Donna has been doing throughout her whole life. She's a community activist and history advocate who has lived in Edmonton for over 20 years. Her activism began as a library science student in Toronto during the 1970s. Since then, she has served in leadership roles at Carrie West, the Alberta Labour History Institute, the Caribbean Women Network, the Council of Canadians of African and Caribbean Heritage, and many other influential organizations. With a passion for storytelling, Donna has recorded many interviews of community members working to transform our society for the better. She was also recognized for her impactful work with the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Medal in 2022. Her current projects include Caribbean Oil Workers' Contribution to Alberta's Economy and Jasper Place, the Black Community. During her 2-year term, and we'll make sure that it's a full 2 years, don't worry about that, Donna's work will focus on new areas that have never been covered, including the Afro-Caribbean community, working women, and labor. Her work has the exciting potential to raise awareness about our city's diverse heritage and the significant role racialized communities have played in our city's own history and continue to play. At the City of Edmonton, we hope her efforts will help all Edmontonians find belonging, connection, and pride in their community. So it is my, again, huge honor to welcome you to the City of Edmonton, Donna. On behalf of Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, all of my colleagues on council, we welcome you. Thank you.
So, Donna, you come down. You want to say a few words? We would love to hear from you. Come on, please. Please, come on. It's so lovely to see you again.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity. All members of council, especially my dear longtime friend, Councillor Amarjeet Sohi. We've played mass together for so many years. I always enjoy seeing you in a costume for Carrie West and supporting the culture of the Caribbean community. That's where you've always been in my heart. I want to introduce some of my friends who have accompanied me today, including my family. They're members of organizations to which I belong in Edmonton, like the Council of, so many of them. As Councillor Stevenson has indicated, we're all here to build community and to lift the history of our city. And so our friends who have accompanied me today are also challenged to share this role of Historian Laureate for the next two years with me, because they all have work to do, whether they know it or not. They have sleepless months ahead as they plot and plan with me how we're going to leave a footprint for the next generation, how we're going to recognize what has happened in the past, and continue to tell the stories of communities on the margins, because I'm dedicated to doing that for the rest of my living. While I breathe, you know, it will stop when I die. So my family already knows that that's my commitment. My husband shares the bedroom where my office is. And so he's accustomed to seeing me at 3 and 4 in the morning sending out messages or doing research, and that's how I intend to continue building this position and recognizing all of the contributions we've made, men and women. So there are projects I have planned that are coming up that will engage everyone, because that's how I intend to build, to continue building on the shoulders that I have enjoyed sharing over the last decades. So thank you for the opportunity and the appointment, and I look forward to engaging further with everyone.
Thank you so much once again, Donna. Yeah. Wish you all the best, and we'll see you around at different festivals and events. And also want to quickly thank, on behalf of Council, as Councilor Stevenson has mentioned, to Cheryl and Omar for your leadership and the contributions. So thank you so much. So with that, I have another protocol item that I would like to share with my colleagues and the community. So good morning, everyone. I would like to start today by acknowledging that Friday, August 23rd, is Treaty Number 6 Recognition Day. On the same day in 1876, the Plains Cree, Woods Cree, Nikora Sioux, Saulteaux, Dene people met with Crown representatives at Fort Carlton to enter into Treaty Number 6. The agreement gathered further signatories for decades, including Fort Edmonton adhesion in 1877, not far from where we gathered today, until the last adhesion in 1956. Treaty Number 6 Recognition Day compels us to reflect on what it means to be treaty people today. The agreement was intended to provide guidance for how Indigenous peoples and settlers would coexist and share the abundance and wonder of this beautiful place. But it was not always upheld to that spirit. Understanding the broken promises of the past is an important part of rebuilding the relationship between Indigenous peoples and settler populations. Principles of nationhood, shared responsibility, and self-determination are the heart of Treaty Number 6. It is our privilege and responsibility as treaty people to work towards bringing that original spirit and intent in our relationships today. We build trust by listening, seeking to understand, and respecting the existence and knowledge of treaty partners. Collaboration is essential for all of us to realize our shared vision for a better future. And I'm so grateful for the continued partnership of Confederacy of Treaty Number 6 nations. The Memorandum of Cooperation and Dialogue was first made between the City of Edmonton and the Confederacy of Treaty Number 6 nations in 2012. It symbolizes our renewed commitment to original terms, spirit, and intent of Treaty Number 6. We're all treaty people, whether we were born here, somewhere in the country, or elsewhere in the world. All of us benefit from the guidance that Treaty Number 6 offers us, from the relationship we have with one another, and from the land we are so fortunate to call home. I encourage everyone to participate in Treaty Number 6 Recognition Day event on Friday, taking place here at City Hall. Thank you so much. So with that, we get into our governance work, which is not as, it's exciting too, right? So yeah, it's exciting as well. Okay, all right, now we select items for debate. You can stay, you don't have to leave. Okay, all right, select items for debate, all right.
We've got Councillor Stevenson and then Councillor Knack. We're just refreshing the screen.
All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I would like to select, apologies, 7.1 and 8.2.
Oh, 8.2.
And 9.6.
9.6, okay. All right, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, 6.1 must be selected. So I'll do that. I've got, I'm going to pick the select 7.2. And let's see. There's a few other must be selected. I see. I'll let the councillor who's on youth council do that. We will select 9.5. Yeah, and I'm going to grab 9.8. Oh, and 9.9 must be selected. Why not? That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Jans.
My stuff got selected. I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Tang.
7-4, 8-1, and
8-1.
yep. That's it.
Okay. Councillor Cardmell.
Thank you. 8.3 and 8.8 for voting purposes only.
And 8.8, right? And both for voting purposes? Okay, thanks. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. 7.3.
Okay. That's it?
Is there anything else you'd like to pick, Mayor Sohi?
Let me see. Let me go through the list. Huh? Yes. 9-1 is selected. Yep. Yep, 9-1.
Oh, 9.2.
Yep.
Councillor Salvador's pointing out 9.2
Yep.
is a must be selected.
Yep, I'm just going through the list. And Councillor Salvador, you're selecting 9.2?
I will now, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and 9.3.
Yep.
And 9.3.
And 9.3. Anything else that we need to
No,
select?
can I just make sure I heard everything?
I'm
'Cause
going to read it back to you just in case that we got everything that
Yeah.
has been selected. Okay, so 6.1 is selected by Councillor Knack. 7.1 is selected by Councillor Stevenson. 7.2 is selected by Councillor Knack. 7.3 is selected by Councillor Rice. 7.4 is selected by Councillor Tang. 8.1 is selected by Councillor Tang. 8.2 is selected by Councillor Stevenson. 8.3 is selected by Councillor Cardmell. Voting purposes only. Then 8.8 is selected by Councillor Cardmell for voting purposes only. And the regional update 9.1 is selected by me. And 9.2 is selected by Councillor Salvador. 9.3 Councillor Salvador. 9.5 Councillor Knack. 9.6 Councillor Stevenson. 9.8 Councillor Knack. 9.9 Councillor Knack. Got everything? I don't think I got everything, right?
Sorry, just point of order. Can
Yeah.
I unselect something?
Unselect?
Because I selected by mistake.
Which one? Yeah, sure. We haven't voted.
7-4. I will unselect that.
Oh, 7-4.
Sorry, to confirm, you're unselecting 7?
Yes, correct.
Oh, 7-4, okay. Okay. 7.4, okay.
Just one moment.
Just hold on. Yes.
Did you apply? Yeah. Okay, then.
Good?
We're good.
All right, so can you please, can someone move the balance, please?
Well, then I'm going to select 7-4 for voting purposes.
Oh, you want to select 7-4? Okay, got it.
For voting purposes only.
Voting purposes, okay. Okay, we will change 7.4 to Councillor Cartman. Okay. Okay, can someone move the balance, please? Councillor Wright,
So moved.
second by
Second?
Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Tang.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes, Mayor Sohi.
Display the votes, please.
So it has carried. E-scribe has shown us the results, but not you, but it carried unanimously.
It's been
Thank you.
carried, yeah. Yeah, so please be patient with clerk. We were having these issues yesterday as well with these scribes. It sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't work, so just be accommodating as much as possible, please. Okay, can you please read back to us what we have already approved?
Yeah, thank you very much. So council has approved the following two in-camera reports: 9.4, the Fort Edmonton Management Company Council Member Appointment, and 9.7, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Committee Membership. Everything else has been selected. Thank you.
So 9.4, 9.7. Request to speak, we do have one, but unfortunately, as is the practice, that we hear from members of the public at committees, not at council meetings. So Todd, sorry, we're going to carry on with that tradition. Thank you so much. Request on specific time on the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, there's one.
Yes, I will move that the following item be dealt with at a time specific on the agenda. Item 9.8, City Manager Recruitment, update number 6, revised from August 13th, City Manager Recruitment, Special City Manager Recruitment Committee meeting, 11 a.m. on Tuesday, August 20th.
Second.
Thank you. And we will be meeting in the River Valley Room, right?
That's correct,
Okay.
please.
Okay, thank you. So please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. E-scribe is crashing for me. Yeah. Can you scroll down? Did you get it? Yeah, we're just waiting for you. He's in favor.
Is this me?
Yeah, we have all the votes.
Yes for me.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you.
Vote on bylaws now selected for debate. Councillor Carmel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of items 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.9, 8.10, and 8.11.
Second.
Okay, so please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now. Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes for me.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans, would you mind giving it to us verbally, please?
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We haven't sent the vote out just yet, but we've got your vote recorded.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
It passed 13-0. We are unable to display.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes for me.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please.
That has carried 13-0.
Okay, right on.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20870, Bylaw 20590, Bylaw 20871, Bylaw 20872, Bylaw 20911, Bylaw 20912, and Bylaw 20913.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries? I am seeing none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Requests to reschedule reports, none. We do have some unfinished business, but that is scheduled for 1:30 to be the second item. So before we go into our public reports, is it okay that we deal with items that are only select for voting purposes? Do we need to bring them, let's deal with bylaw, let's deal with 7.4 first, right? There's only voting purposes, right? Councilor Cartmiller speaking. Do colleagues have questions on that
So,
item?
I'm just getting a bit of an update from administration on item 7.4. I would respectfully ask that we don't go to that item next.
Okay, no
because I
worries,
just
we'll
need
wait,
like 5 or 10
we'll wait,
minutes.
because there are questions on that
Yeah,
as well
perfect.
from other council colleagues. We'll keep it as scheduled on the agenda. On bylaws, do we need to bring them forward? Bylaw 20866?
If they're just for voting purposes,
Yeah, voting
yes.
purposes. Is it voting purposes for our colleagues? Okay, okay. Can someone move that we bring forward 8.3, please?
I'll move that we bring forward 8.3.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Could we do it with unanimous consent?
Yeah, unanimous consent, unanimous consent. I don't see any objections from folks joining virtually. Please vote, so we don't have to then. Okay, all right, so would someone like to move 8.3?
Okay, I am happy to move second reading of, sorry, are they both selected? It says they have to be dealt with together?
They should be dealt with together, but what we already dealt with, 8.4, so it's okay.
Just
We will
8.3.
just move forward with the second reading of bylaw 20866.
Okay,
Second.
second by Councilor Knack. Okay. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we scrolled down. I didn't see your name, sorry.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that is carried.
Thank you, and I'll move third reading of the aforementioned bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we dealt with that. Then can someone move that we bring forward 8.8?
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
With unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent. Yes.
And then I'm happy to move first reading of bylaw 20874.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're sending that out in just a few moments. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Let's see. There are not any other items that were selected for voting only. Okay, we are on to our first public report, which is 7.1, 2025 Council and Committee Meeting Calendar, draft for council feedback, selected by Councillor Stevenson.
And we do have a short presentation.
Please go ahead.
Just to provide some context.
Thank you.
We're just going to wait for Nancy and Richard to get settled.
All right, good morning, Council. Thank you for considering this report today. Next slide for me, Erin. So the draft 2025 calendar is included in both monthly and weekly form in attachments 1 and 2. Attachments 3 and 4 are the same calendar with the meetings of external organizations included for information. As 2025 is a general election year, the draft calendar includes only meetings scheduled between January 1st and the inaugural organizational meeting, which will happen in October 2025. Today, our presentation will review the legislative requirements for establishing a meeting schedule, outline the process we use to draft the 2025 Council and Committee meeting calendar. We'll go over the 8 design principles that we incorporated into the draft calendar, and we'll highlight other factors and considerations that affected how this calendar is presented today. Following that presentation, we invite you to give us your feedback and direction on changes to the draft. This feedback will be incorporated, and we will present a final calendar at the October 22nd City Council, which is our organizational meeting this year, for approval. And I'll turn it over to Richard to walk through the calendar.
Thank you, Nancy. So with respect to legislative requirement, next slide, please. Oh, no, we're on the right side. All right. Thank you. So with respect to the legislative requirements, the Municipal Government Act requires that the Municipal Council holds an organizational meeting each year, that the organizational meeting be held not later than 2 weeks after the third Monday in October, and that all councillors be present at meetings where decisions on the regularly scheduled council meetings are made. Next slide, please. Further, Bylaw 1A155 Council Procedures Bylaw requires that City Council hold an organizational meeting no later than 14 days after the third Monday in October, and that the purpose of the organizational meeting is to approve the Deputy Acting Mayor list for the upcoming calendar year, approve the Council and Committee meeting schedule for the upcoming calendar year, approve appointments of councillors to standing committees when required, and deal with any other business included in the agenda of the meeting. As a reminder, Council approves appointments to standing committees, including the rotations for the 3 main standing committees at the beginning of each Council term, to ensure that all councillors have an equal number of appointments and opportunities to sit on each of the 3 main committees. The next standing committee appointments will occur at the 2025 organizational meeting. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the process used to prepare the draft 2025 Council and Committee meeting calendar. In May 2024, the Office of the City Clerk prepared a draft calendar in accordance with the 8 design principles. The 8 design principles were also used to draft the 2023 and 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendars. Between June and July 2024, administration and external agencies and organizations were invited to provide input on proposed meeting dates. And in August 2024, a draft 2025 Council and Committee meeting calendar is presented to City Council today for feedback, and direction on changes required before the final version is presented for approval. In October 2024, a final 2025 council and committee meeting calendar will be presented to City Council for approval. Next slide, please. The 8 principles used to prepare the draft calendars are that the main standing committee's meeting be scheduled on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that other standing committee and non-regular meetings be scheduled less frequently and on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that City Council meetings be scheduled for 2 full days on Tuesday and Wednesday, that City Council public hearings be scheduled between 9:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday, that civic agency appointment items, short listings, interviews not to be added to the regular meetings where possible, that no meetings be scheduled on Thursdays and Fridays except for after long weekends or if there are legislative operational requirements to do so, that no meetings be scheduled on Thursdays and Fridays except for after long weekends or if there are, and a list of all Thursday, Friday meetings alongside their justification is included as attachment 5, that the same number of recess weeks be scheduled as in the previous year, and that the inclusion and accessibility be considered in the development of the council and committee calendar. Next slide, please. The 2025 municipal election is a unique factor that affects the 2025 council and committee meeting calendar. So in October, council will be asked to approve the calendar from January 1st, 2025 to October 28, 2025. There will be no regular meetings taking place between September 22nd, 2025 and the inaugural organizational meeting, which is planned for October 28, 2025. At the inaugural organizational meeting, the calendar for the remainder of 2025 and 2026 will be presented for approval. Next slide, please. With that, we're happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciated the preparation of this, and I think overall it's really excellent. There are just a few clarifications I was hoping for. There seems to be a new approach this week, which I think is, or this year, which I think makes a lot of sense, is in terms of having sort of the committee week, the sort of, I call it the random week, and then the council week. That doesn't seem to happen. There's at the last week of March, first week of April, it seems to go committee, council, and then random. Is it possible to swap the non-regulars to the council week? Or was there another reason for that? I guess non-regular is a better word than random.
It's off the top
Yeah.
of,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine. We can make that change, and we can also leave it the way it is. There's no strong preference either way.
Okay.
I just know that there's a lot of recruitment activities.
Yes.
That's why we would have had I'm going to call it the regular standing committees and then jump right into council.
Okay. Okay.
But
no,
can it be changed? Absolutely. This is your calendar.
No, if there are reasons for it, that's just fine. Really appreciate the work to not schedule on Thursdays and Fridays. I did note, so the 3 dates that are on Thursday, I've been noticing a lot of conflicts with committee meetings of external agencies. So just wondering if there might be openness to shift those Thursdays to the Fridays.
Yes, absolutely. Are there 3 in particular that you would like us to change?
I think there's only the 3.
Okay.
But, you know, just for colleagues, that does mean Friday instead of Thursday. But again, I've been experiencing that this year. So if we are able to switch those to Fridays, that would be great. Yeah, okay. See some nodding. Wednesday, May 7th, council services. Would it be possible to move that to the afternoon of the 6th? Then we would have, I think it's emergency services in the morning, then that in the afternoon, and then that would leave Wednesday fully clear.
That's fine.
Okay, I can send these. I have messy notes. It would just, we can talk it through a bit more. I can put it in the chat. And then just the last one, so the inaugural city council meeting. So that's happening on the 28th. My recollection, and the election is on the 21st.
The 20th.
The 20th, sorry. My recollection is that we did have orientation meetings that week of the election.
So the schedule will be adjusted significantly from 2021 due to the regulations which we are awaiting. And so the date that we've provided is based on our current planning as it relates to the election, when the official results will be available and when we're able to schedule it. But there are new requirements for certain training and orientations to be made in advance. So it's a placeholder at this moment.
Okay, yeah, and I think the feedback that I would have is that providing a bit of time and space between election day and when we're first getting together, I think allows us to be as, or you know, any candidate, anyone who's sitting in this chair, to be as present and functional as possible. So just some thought there. The very last one, there's a utility meeting on March 14th. Wondering if there's openness to moving that to February 21st, just to avoid having a 4-day week, the week of March, like the 4 meeting days.
Let us just work with our utility partners before we move utility committee dates. We can take that away as some feedback.
Perfect.
The schedule has been built around some key requirements, so just, I don't want to tell you that we can if we can't, but we'll if we can make it, that way there would be some more time and space, but the workload for utility committee is not insignificant right now.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. That was it. Again, really appreciate the way these calendars are shaping up, and it's great having them in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a suggestion or a question, maybe also to my colleagues. I noticed in the first 3 weeks of January, we are on recess, and I think typically we're usually the first 2 weeks of January on recess. I was considering possibly bumping up and taking a recess week in February, actually the week of February 17th to 21st. Is that something that could be a possibility?
So because the reason for the 3 weeks of recess in January is just how the calendar fell this year, or for 2025. Normally, yeah, we would start, but unfortunately, because of the 10-day agenda release as well, you need to hold an agenda review committee on the first week, which is January 6th to 10th. So that's why it's actually starting a week later than normal. Yeah.
If you want us to move it, we can, and we can make agenda review a flexible meeting if required. But typically, we need a bit of transition time between when council finishes the budget and when you reconvene. But if council wants to come back a week early, absolutely.
Yeah, and that would be a question I posed to my colleagues, and maybe that's something that can be polled later, or?
So any changes to this draft will have to be passed in a motion to give us direction, because what comes to you for the organizational meeting in October is the final version. So once you're finished your conversation, I just want to confirm all of the changes that you would like, and then you can vote on them one at a time, and that way you can.
Would we have to do that today, or is that something that can be done at another council meeting?
We're seeking feedback today so that we can work with our partners and finalize the calendar for October. If you want us, if you want to defer this to the next council meeting, that's also a possibility.
My suggestion was, we are on recess until January 17th. My suggestion was to come back January 13th and then take a recess break between the 17th and 21st. That's the Family Day weekend. That was my suggestion. Maybe I'll make would I make a motion then, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, perhaps I think there seems to be a pretty free-flowing conversation now. If you want to make that now, or if Mayor Sohi, you want to get all the questions out of the way, and then we can prepare all the proper amendments for your consideration.
Yeah, can we go through if there are any other questions? I'll give you time to as well, Councillor Principe. Any other questions on this?
No, but we should have a motion on the floor. We're at council.
This is feedback.
I have a question.
No, this will come back in October as a finalized calendar.
We still have to accept for information.
It's for information, but if you want changes, today would be the day that we would get the changes. It might be a bit more challenging for us to make those changes in October.
Yeah.
Typically, your organizational meeting,
Yeah. Okay.
we've brought
Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I see a break week in end of March, right? Is that a real break week, or is there other agencies, boards, and external? For example, in June, end of May, there's a break week, but it's not really a break week because we have FCM, right? I think it's kind of not transparent in a way that it's not really a break week, it's actually work week, because pretty much all of us go to FCM, right? So,
Sorry, the recesses are for council meetings. They are not a technical recess in your calendar, as we try to create some space because a number of members of you have other key appointments that meet during this time. So it's just about council and committee calendar.
okay. Is anything happening in the last week of March?
That week aligns with spring break.
Oh, so that is real recess, break, right?
For council and committee, there
And
are
com-
external agencies meeting, but
Okay, got it. Okay, just needed clarification on that. That's all. I'll take the chair back. Okay, any other questions? I don't see any. Now, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, trying to get on the board. I'm just wondering that last meeting in October for Edmonton Police Commission, what happens in the interim if there's no, and I know you don't schedule EPC, but I'm just curious what happens if there is no council appointed commissioners.
This is an issue that has been raised with the police commission. If city council, as happened in 2021, if city council does not make appointments, then it does not have representation at those meetings.
So that one, okay. If the two commissioners that are currently appointed to EPC were re-elected, would they continue on then as council appointed?
Yep.
Okay.
So council is a continuing body. I know we
Okay.
talk about it, there's a transition in government, but you are a continuing body. It is.
Okay.
So if you are appointed until the end of December 2025 and you are re-elected, then you still are a member of the police commission. If for whatever reason you are not and there is no other appointees and council chooses to delay their appointment recommendations, as happened in 2021, then there is no council representation on any of its third-party bodies.
But with our first meeting, our inaugural meeting on the 28th, there wouldn't be opportunity to appoint anybody new.
If that is the direction that council chooses, but it chose an alternative direction in 2021, so I'm considering that is a path that may happen again in 2025.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarity.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Principe, you want to move that amendment?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment to the calendar that the recess, so I'm just looking at the date, that the recess end on January 10th, 2025, and a recess break from February 17th to February 21st.
And that we shift everything up in the calendar in January and February up accordingly.
Right, and just
Yep.
shift the calendar forward.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack, right? Okay, all right, so we have an amendment on the floor. Any questions? Sorry, can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Principe?
Yeah, you know what, just bringing back memories of the last few years and thinking that it would be a good opportunity to have a break at that time. And as was stated, not necessarily an actual recess, as you pointed out, Mr. Mayor. However, it is a time to catch up on other things. And just looking at the schedule, it just seemed to kind of fit in with the pattern. That's the way I saw it. And yeah, it's just something I thought we could consider. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, colleagues?
Could you tell me who seconded that? My apologies.
Councillor Knack did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead. Questions, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to see it on the screen.
Yeah, we're just putting it
Yeah.
up on the screen.
Okay. And I guess,
There are some other fine details that will be required, but I think the essence of the motion is there, if that's helpful.
yeah, so I guess my question would be like, so that would be that break. How many people does that affect? A change like that? Because I'm assuming people are already making plans and things like that for that break. Does it just affect council?
So the council calendar for 2025 has been released in draft form as part of this council agenda, and we've done consultations with our key partners and stakeholders and administration.
Yeah. It's a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
I just had a quick question. When do we recess in 2024? What's the like when, sorry.
Yeah, you mean for winter recess?
Yeah, when does winter recess begin this year?
Making a lot of assumptions here. I've got the last utility committee right now is scheduled for December 13th, and that assumes that budget is complete.
Okay, and looking at my schedule, okay, I'm pulling up my calendar here. Is there a whole bunch, maybe this is just a hold for committee meetings on the week of the 16th?
Sorry, which month?
December 2024. Maybe not.
There's
maybe.
Alberta, there's a lot of, yes, there are 5 in my calendar external meetings of external agencies that you may or may not be involved in, but those are not city council schedules.
Okay, all right. I think I have some stale meetings in my calendar. So it's always good to check these things. Okay, but were we to hold that week as a just in case in the event that budget?
I would
Was not
always
complete?
recommend holding a week after council is set to adjourn as a just in case in December.
Okay. Okay, so which takes us, that week is a buffer. It takes us to the 23rd of December, the following week. Just trying to frame it up. And, okay, all right. And currently, just to clarify, your practice is to do agenda review 2 weeks before a meeting. So for meetings to commence on the 10th of January, thereabouts, you would have to be doing agenda review around the 31st or 1st of January or sooner?
Sooner.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I want to say it's Christmas Eve. Yeah, I think it is. It's Christmas Eve.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice, good.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. And then I did have similar question as Councillor Hamilton, and thank you for the clarification. So if we change this week to the February, I look at the calendar here for February, the already published calendar. So we do have some audit meeting, emergency committee meeting, and also city council meeting for that week. So I do see the benefit to hold that third week in January in case our budget's discussion for the longer time. And then, so what's the impact if we move to the February 17th for that week? That means all those 4 meetings in that week needs to be adjusted.
What we would do, Councillor, is we would move essentially those 4, or I didn't do the math, number of weeks up by 1 week. So those meetings would happen, they would just happen earlier.
So that means you have to do all the adjustment and for this week meetings.
Yes, as the clerk indicated, there's some detail that goes into this motion, but we understand the intent.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we have a motion on the floor now. We are ready to vote on the motion. So anyone to speak, sorry? Anyone to speak? If not, then I'll go to Councillor, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to sign up. I do have a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to get an understanding as to what would happen, because I've heard some discussion that there would need to be a meeting on December 24th. Did I hear that?
Yeah, so currently, right now, council agendas and committee agendas go out typically the Thursday before a council or committee agenda. And the group that makes those agendas, sets those agendas, is Agenda Review Committee. And so if there was a meeting to be held, we just need to make sure that we've got the appropriate Agenda Review Committee time in the schedule. Again, we can provide maximum flexibility so that you're all able to participate virtually. So this is your calendar. We're happy to adjust it however you wish.
Okay, and if I'm just trying to think of in the past, because I think in the past we came back in the second week.
Yeah, so there have been many iterations of Agenda Review Committee, and 3 versions ago, there used to be a special rule that was put in place in the bylaw that if council was unable to attend a meeting, that the city manager would delegate the authority to the city clerk, and I would happily set agendas over the winter recess. That authority has been stripped out, but would welcome an amendment to put it back in, and then we could just keep the machine running over the holidays.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, and as a, okay, I see Councillor Hamilton has a question or to speak.
Okay, can you move a question, Councilor Hamilton? Or to speak?
I was just going to ask for division.
Okay, yeah, we can do that, yeah. So what do you like the division to be, sorry?
The division, so there's, I guess this is a
Point of,
point, so, I don't know. There's one point here which is return from winter recess on the 13th of January, instead of,
The and is in the wrong place. The and should be a 1 plus a 2, because that was the intention of the mover, to shorten the winter recess to create space for February.
yeah.
I don't believe what's on the screen reflects the mover's intention, but I'll defer to Councillor Principe.
Maybe then it's a question. Would the mover be amenable to dividing the motion to, there's the shorten the winter recess portion, and there's an add a late winter recess. And I hear your point about the needing a bit of a respite sort of in late February. And we did used to have time blocked off at that time, and that is no longer there, but it used to be about every 6 weeks we'd have what you'd call a constituency week, so you could catch up on your work. So I hear the need for some form of break in that respect. But I retain my concern about shortening the winter recess and the impact that may have on staff. Would you be amenable to sort of dividing the motion into those 2 questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
so we will strike, first part will return from winter recess on January 13, 2025. And the second will be recess week we schedule from February 17, 2025 to February 21st, 2025. We'll end it there, right?
Yeah, and then
We'll strike out the after that January, February meeting adjusted accordingly. So
if we come back early,
yeah,
what are we doing that week if we're not adjusting the calendar to move everything up?
that's a good question.
You could turn that into a third part.
Okay. All right. So any other questions, Councillor Hamilton?
No, I'm.
I see. I know we're having difficult time. Here you go,
No.
Councillor Cartmel. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm perhaps to the mover, the February 17th to 21st week. I'm wondering about instead the February 24th to 28th, pardon me, yeah, 24th to 28th week. Because that week coincides with teachers' convention for those that have kids. And so if you're going to add a week, that might be the week to add. My kids are all old enough.
Okay,
They
so
don't care about teachers' convention.
that's a fair point. However, the spring break, we do have a recess during the spring break. I have children in university who have a break from the 17th to the 21st, who I never seem to coincide a break with my kids
I was
in
thinking
my
from a
family.
childcare perspective, but
Yeah, for childcare perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. We could consider that. And that's something maybe some colleagues can ask.
Well, I can do it this way, that we amend point 2 to read February 24th to 28th. And put that as an amendment to your motion, and then people can weigh in accordingly. I'm ambivalent, but I just pulled up the schedules because I'm looking at my wife's schedule, to be perfectly frank.
So just for clarity, you would like to strike February 17th to 21st and replace it with February 24th to 28th?
I would, yes, thank you. So I'll move that.
Okay. So we'll vote on the amendment first, which is Councillor Cartmell's amendment. Okay. Any questions on the amendment? Oh, sorry. I'm not seeing any, so please. You want to speak to it? Okay.
Could I get the seconder again, please?
Oh, sorry. Who's the second? Councillor?
Second.
Paquette.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, to speak to the amendment.
Yeah, I was just,
Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
yeah, I was just gonna speak briefly because the mover of the original motion was asking for perspective of somebody with school-age children. I'm indifferent. I mean, as a single mom, I have to adjust my calendar and figure out childcare each and every month and each and every week. So whether this is one way or another, I'm always having to adjust and adapt. So I just go with what the schedule for council is, and I work that schedule. So for me, I'm not interested. I thought that what the clerks brought forward was pretty straightforward, pretty clean, and pretty good. So I'm probably not going to support this amendment. I'm probably not going to support the main motion on the floor because I think that what was on the presented originally is really solid. I like the 3-week rotation. And again, as a mom, it's a reality of my job every single day. And it's not a recess, it's not a break. So even if the kids are out of school and it's a constituency week, if I was to not be working and spending time with my kids, I'm not getting the constituency stuff done that my constituents expected me to do. So I say just leave it be, the whole thing, and I'm not going to speak again to it.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, to speak to the amendment, please.
So I just want to echo Councillor Rutherford's comments. I support the city clerk's proposal. I think that's very straightforward and good. And it's not only about the council schedule, it's also about the city administration. And there's so many people who work behind and to provide the reports and prepare the meetings. They need that time and after the budget discussion. So I will not support the amendment. I will not support the motion. And then I will just support what city clerk provided.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Just very briefly, I mean, this is an interesting conversation. I think I wasn't aware that there was a school break. But I think, reflecting on staff needs, being able to take time off when kids are out of school is a nice flexibility to add in. So I think I will be supporting this, but appreciate the conversation that we've had.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Cartmell to close?
Nothing further.
Okay. So please vote.
I'm a no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
I am a no.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
Nope.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is defeated. And now we are back to the original. I see no one. Councillor Principe to close.
I don't really have anything further to add. This is just a suggestion. Yeah, I'd like to see it pass, but I understand if it doesn't fit in other schedules, that's fine.
Okay.
And I want to say thank you for all the work that you did, and I hope I didn't cause too much of an issue in the schedule.
Okay. All right, so please vote.
Oh, just a point of.
I'm sorry?
This point forward. This is split for voting purposes?
I don't advise that it's split because if one passes and two doesn't, I'm not sure what I would do.
Because one is
How much hair
condemned.
can you pull out? Okay.
This is your
Okay.
calendar. I just if
One
you-
is, one impacts the other.
I- it's
Okay,
it's an and, not an or.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we'll vote together as one, because one impacts the other. Okay. Point of order, please. Yeah.
Point of order. It seems the week there
is it not possible to have subsequent direction to move the meetings from the 16th onto Fridays, for example, the Fridays before and after that break?
The motion, if it was to pass, would be directing me to change the calendar to return from the winter recess on January 13th. For what purpose? I would need to be given instructions to move meetings up or move meetings down, because I don't have that authority. So it would need, I'm just saying the way that it would be split, I would find confusing. So if you want us to return from winter recess on January 13th and move everything in the whole calendar up a week, this would need to be amended before you vote on it.
Okay, so it seems like whether we split it or not, it's not a motion that's in order?
No, because if it's an and, so if you return from winter recess on the 13th and we add a break, we would move everything in January and February meetings up accordingly. So to me, that's a complete instruction. I would know what to do between January 13th and February 21st. If just part one passes,
Sure, sorry, I will defer to a colleague.
Okay, is there another point of order?
Yes. Point of order. Could you reverse the order of these so that if one passes and two doesn't, then you still have instruction to move things up accordingly, but if two doesn't pass,
how
Then-
would I move it up if there was no gap created?
into other days?
But not on Thursdays or Fridays. Sorry, council agreed to principles. I've
Yeah.
created a calendar. If
Yeah.
you want me
Okay,
not to
okay.
follow those
So
principles,
I
won't.
think guys, as chair, I'm gonna say we are gonna vote on this together. You can vote accordingly, right? Which if you don't like part of it, then you can vote in favor or against. So we're gonna vote, this goes together. So we'll have one vote. Okay, all right, please vote.
No, Madam Clerk.
I'm a no.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
Nope.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
I cannot vote on e-scribe. I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, so now can someone move that there was no other changes to this, right, calendar?
No, I believe there was, and there could still also be changes made to the February if you want to now change the recess week. So I think Councillor Stevenson had made a few suggestions.
Are you moving anything, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, sure. I'll just move that pending confirmation from external partners that the utility meeting on March 14th be moved to February 21st. That the Wednesday, May 7th council services meeting be moved to the afternoon or till 1:30 on May 6th. And that the three meetings scheduled on, well, I'll just say that the three meetings scheduled on a Thursday be moved to the Friday of that week. So May 22nd to 23rd, July 3rd to July 4th, and September 4th to September 5th.
Point of order. Are we splitting those, or are they discrete?
Could we deal with them one at a time?
Like, we haven't
Would
even
you
seen
mind?
it yet, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so we're
Let's get it on board first. I need a seconder.
So rather than just, it would make, because we're live typing, so
Okay.
maybe if we could just deal with them one at a time.
One at a time?
Let's just do with utility committee. So
Okay.
MJ's going to just type it in here.
Okay,
So
we were gonna move the utility, proposal is to move the utility committee from March 14th to February 21st, right? That's
pending discussions with our.
pending discussion.
Yes,
Okay, so
pending
that's, put
discussions.
that on the floor. I need a seconder for that.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Tang is seconding it. Okay. Anyone to ask questions on that? Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please.
I don't really have a question. It's a bad idea. The workload is packed, and to advance this meeting by a month is not advisable at all, in
Okay,
my view.
good.
Yep,
Got it.
thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, just a very quick question. What's the reason, what's the problem we want to resolve by moving this?
This is the question to the mover.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Councillor.
my thinking was just to avoid having 4 days of committee meetings the week of March 10th. I just find that those are often hard to prepare for, recognizing that the heaviness of the utility agenda. That's the only reason.
But I heard this is actually creates additional barriers for the change. So just one question. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Anyone to speak? To speak? Councillor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I'm 100% in favor of this, not just because of the workload, but also because of the impact it has on our partners. The schedules that have gone out in draft have determined schedules along an entire chain. And so to change this by an entire month would be, well, almost an entire month would be pretty tough. And I'm not sure if we would get the quality of work that we need to make the decisions that we need to make. So I can't support it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the considerations. Ensuring that it works for external partners is part of this motion. That's the intent of ensuring that it works for them. If it doesn't, I wouldn't assume that this would move forward. If it does work for them, though, it provides us with greater time to prepare for what are really important conversations. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a no, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. What is the next one, Councillor Stevenson?
Just shifting meetings that are scheduled for Thursdays to Fridays. So there's 3 dates in the chat: May 22nd to 23rd, July 3rd to July 4th, and September 4th to 5th. I missed one. Yeah, we'll do that one next. And this is to a brief introduction. I've been running into this as a challenge this year in that the Thursday schedules conflict with external agencies that have committee meetings. So they're not highlighted in the report because they aren't the main body, but the committee meetings are falling on Thursdays and it's creating conflicts.
Okay. What are those committees, sorry, external agencies?
For me, it's primarily the Police Commission.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Who was the seconder on that?
Second.
Councillor Knack, okay. Any questions?
I'm trying to get on the board.
Councillor Wright.
I'm just wondering how that would impact sort of the flow of those 2-day council meetings, having that split in between.
Yeah, I think we've done that in the past. I don't see concerns, but administration may want to weigh in.
Does administration see any concerns as far as splitting the council days?
It's not significant, no.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, are there any other committees that other colleagues are on that would normally take place on the Friday? Would it create another conflict by moving those?
It's possible. We've done this based on the information that's available at this time, but just as council's calendar changes, so do your partner agencies as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Just want to confirm, and from City Clerk, and based on the calendar provided, actually May 22nd is not conflicting with the Edmonton Police Commission, and also July 3rd is not conflict with Edmonton Police Commission, and plus September 4th is not conflicting with Edmonton Police Commission. So based on the calendar here, so I do not understand the reason why we need to move this.
Yeah,
So
thank
this
you
is a
so
question
much.
to the mover?
Yeah, so
To the City Clerk, and because based on the calendar, and for example, May 15, and is a commissioner, is a Edmonton Police Commission meeting, but right now the move-in is May 22nd. 22nd is not conflict with commission. So So I do not see the reason why we need to move it. There is no conflicting and with Edmonton Police Commission meeting.
Did you say that was a question for the clerks or for the mover?
Yeah, City Clerk, yes.
Yes, so Councillor Rice, I didn't recommend the change. And
Okay.
so that, I believe that came from Councillor Stevenson in response to Councillor Wright's question. There could be other meetings that are going to be scheduled on that day. Right now, we don't have anything. But there's some of your other agencies have fluid schedules as well. So I would suggest maybe redirecting the question to Councillor Stevenson.
So I have an answer already based on the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Stevenson, anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate the indulgence on this. Again, to clarify, it's correct. Our current calendar doesn't conflict with meetings of the whole of the commission, but my experience this year has been that they do conflict with committees of the commission, which typically are scheduled on Thursdays. So hope that this may work for others. Thank you so much.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jan.
I'm a no.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Is there still on the Council Services one as well?
Yeah, thank you. So the motion would just be to move the May 7th council services to the afternoon of May 6th. As a brief introduction.
Need a seconder.
Second.
As a brief introduction, this just allows us to have one day at a full day at City Hall rather than 2 half days. Not a big deal either way. Did not realize this process would be taking so long. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone has any questions?
Did you get that? MJ's just going to put it up on the screen. E-scribes.
There you go.
There you go.
So this consolidates 2 meetings in one day. Okay. All right. Any questions? Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Anything else? Any other suggested changes? Okay. Now we receive this for information or? Sorry, can you turn the mic on?
Apologies. You don't need to receive it for information. You've given us instructions, and this report will return as amended to the October organizational meeting. We're required to under the MGA.
So what do you need then? Just
Nothing.
nothing? We're done with this item?
We're done.
Good. Almost 50 minutes. Yeah. Kate. 7-1. Okay. Well, we have, what can we do in 10 minutes?
We
Just hold.
We could just transition if you want.
No, I'm just going to see. Consider 7.4 is voting purposes only.
So
Right.
7.4.
Oh, so there are questions on that. So there are questions on 7.4.
But what you could do at this time, I believe there's a new update since 8:30 this morning, and so we're just loading that into diligence. So be really great if we could add that addendum right
We
now.
can do that, but I also want to ask Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, for 7.3, do you have questions you select for voting purposes only? Because this was at committee as well.
I do have one quick question to city administration.
Okay, well then keep it as, because that may generate other questions from colleagues. Sorry. Aileen, what were you suggesting?
Sorry, my apologies there. So just things have been happening in real time. So there is an update. It should be in Diligent and in eScribe, and it is for item 7.4.
So we need to add that as an addendum?
Yeah, that would be really helpful if you did.
Okay, can someone move that we add that
So
addendum, please?
moved to add addendum to 7.4.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor
Yes.
Wright's a yes.
Sorry, MJ just needs the mover and seconder. We were trying to triple check in.
Councillor Wright
Thank
and
you.
Councillor Principe
Thank you.
seconded.
Apologies for that. MJ's just sending the vote out again, and we've already got Councillor Salvador's.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Is the new drafted letter being added, right?
That's correct. There were some changes that were made, and so we just asked administration that they update it and go through the normal, regular process.
Got it, thank you. Okay,
Yes.
please vote, yes.
Yes.
I think that was Councillor Tang and Councillor Principe.
Councillor Wright moved it, Councillor Principe seconded it.
Sorry, I just was recording the verbal
sorry,
votes.
yeah.
Nope, that's all good. If two people talk at once, I shouldn't assume who's
Yeah.
voting. So we're just waiting on Councillor Wright's vote and Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
I'm sorry, was that Wright or Rice you were waiting for?
I'm waiting on Councillor Wright, sorry.
Oh, then I'm a yes.
Thank
yeah.
you so much. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. We will take, we will transition to River Valley Room. So we will,
If we could go in camera now, that would be great.
can some,
Move that we go in private
okay,
Subject.
to,
MJ's fingers are burning here. If we could go in camera, subject to section 17, 19, 23, and 24.
Second.
okay. Moved by Councillor Cardwell, second by Councillor Hamilton, so please vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you. We haven't sent the vote out yet, so if you could just give us a wee moment here. Yeah, if everybody could just vote in eScribe, it would be easier than us remembering the votes.
I am yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Cartmel?
yes?
Thank you.
Okay,
Councillor Principe is a yes. Councillor Rutherford? Yep. And Councillor Salvador is a yes. And scroll down, we have all the votes.
okay.
And we are in camera, so just for those in the audience
Display,
here.
that's carried, thank you.
Yeah, we don't need to clear council chamber. there with us.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to Councillor Tang.
I will move that attachment 1 be added.
That the actions outlined in the revised attachment 1 be approved and that the report stay in private.
Okay,
Pursuant to various sections.
and second by Councillor Cartmel, right? Who, or somebody said, Councillor Paquette? Okay, there you go. On the same. Sound the same. Okay, all right. Please vote. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel. Can you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes. That is carried. Okay, all right. Okay. We are on to item number 7.2, financial loss during major construction projects, draft policy. This was requisited from executive committee without any decision. Okay, yeah. There we go. And there was a motion on the floor, right, from the executive committee? Yeah, there was. So I'll give the chair to Councillor Cartmel. I'll make the introduction, then get the chair back.
Yeah, I have the chair.
Yeah. Okay, and we heard from a number of speakers on this item, and the committee had a very healthy discussion as well, and heard different perspectives, and there was a motion moved by Councillor Paquette, and there was interest from non-committee members to have a say, as well as council to give that direction, whether this is the direction we want to go. And so there's no uncertainty waiting till, fall for the businesses to know whether this is going to be a viable option for council or not. And so that's where we were at the committee. So what I will do, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Paquette to, because you were the mover, right, Councillor Paquette, of the.
Return the chair.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to check in with Councillor Knack to see, I'm considering withdrawing so he can restate the motion.
Okay, that is fine. Then you're going to withdraw that, or what will be the process be?
Yeah, so there's nothing on the floor to
Okay,
withdraw.
we'll
There
go
was
to-
a motion
we'll
put
go
at
to
committee,
Councillor-
but it
we'll
wasn't
go to
voted on, so
Councillor-
it doesn't exist.
We'll go to Councillor Knack to move the motion, please.
Sure, so there's some updated wording I just put in the chat there. So I'll read it out. That administration bring forward an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the fall 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment to fund a one-time major construction business support grant program with the following parameters. Eligible businesses defined as businesses or within the following parameters. So eligible businesses defined, sorry, I copied it improperly. So bullet point 1, eligible businesses defined as businesses directly affected by Valley Line West LRT construction and that are located within the Stony Plain Road business improvement area boundary as defined by bylaw 14125, the Stony Plain Road and Area Business Improvement Area bylaw. Bullet point number 2, program to be administered by the Stony Plain Road BIA. And bullet point 3, program criteria will be guided by attachment 2 of the June 19th, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 02125.
Second.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion on the floor. Can you make the introduction, Councillor?
Yeah, the updated, been chatting back and forth with administration, and there were sort of two different options for a motion. One would be sort of all businesses along the Valley Line West route, or just doing around the Stony Plain Road area. While I actually personally would probably prefer all businesses along the Stony Plain, or along the Valley Line West area, I appreciate the concern and hesitation I've heard, and so the more narrow the scope, I guess, probably the better in this case. Stony Plain Road BIA is willing to administer that. I'll just cover the one main thing that I think is going to be the main part of the conversation, which is that should we be adding any type of unfunded service package at all at a time where we've had the budget conversation that we had. One question I want to ask administration that wasn't asked during the discussion last week is about a suggestion we had heard about funding sources from grants that are undersubscribed from that same area. I understand, and we'll get clarification when I have the opportunity to ask a question, that's the only question I think I'll ask, is that the, let's see, let me just pull up. The Broken Window Grant is undersubscribed and currently around a 50% uptake from how I understand it. It had actually been expanded to all other BIAs because it was undersubscribed, and I believe, and again, we'll get clarification, we'll ask administration, that they still have around $250,000 not spent in that program. So the only reason I feel comfortable asking for an unfunded service package would be that I'd be looking to use a source like that, because I don't think we're going to have any funding to have any other conversation. I do think it's valid, though. You would say if you had $250,000 here, should it be put to other priorities? That's going to be a valid conversation, but that would be the only funding source that I think would be reasonable, or those types of sources, those grants within that particular area. So that's why I'm willing to put this up for consideration, and I'll leave it there, and I'll ask some questions of admin.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions, colleagues, on the motion or a broader report? Just hold on, if there are any questions. Oh, there's.
We are doing it.
Here we go. Councillor Wright to speak or to questions?
Just some questions.
Go ahead.
Councillor Knack, do you feel that 250, I think you just mentioned, would be sufficient to cover the losses of the businesses?
I mean, wouldn't cover all the losses, no, but I think based on the conversation that happened last week, this is sort of the amount that we would want to start with to see how this goes before considering anything else.
Okay, and I see that part of the attachment too is that it would be administered, or is it in your motion, that it would be administered by the BIA, not administration? And are they able to manage that within their own resources, or would some of this funding also be for their administration?
No, my understanding is that it would primarily be done within their existing resources, so the most amount of money would go into the actual businesses versus what was originally proposed, which would have been a little more administrative cost from the city to have our own standalone folks for that.
Okay. I'm just concerned. I mean, there's other businesses across the city that have also been impacted by construction, I'm sure, so I'm just wondering why we're focusing on just this one area.
I would love to do a citywide program, but to date, it has not been the will of council. So I will say, as much as I would love that, and would be happy to vote on a motion like that. That's not been politically successful at this point.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking along the widening of 17th Street. There's lots of businesses that have had access restricted over the past year. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
To speak.
To speak, Councillor Rice?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So clarification question for the funding source, and because in attachment 2 specific talk about this funding source will be tax levy. Right now the motion on the floor is only one time. So how we adjust that funding source, because attachment 2 talk about operating budget increase annually as a grant program, and then the motion on the floor is just only one time. So can you clarify a little bit more about the funding source?
I mean, ultimately, the funding source doesn't get finalized until budget. So you've heard sort of the intent that I would have, which is what I'd be wanting to look to for a funding source, but we can't presuppose that unless we want to approve a funded service package, which is within council's right, but not what is before us right now.
So, so there is a gap here, and then I just want to get comments from city administration on funding service package. So we're talking about two things. One thing is a funding service package. Another thing we talk about in the attachment to specifically talk about the grant program. So right now, if we are going to move forward, say on funding service packages that only focus on this specific BIAs, but for the grant program, we're focused on general and business impacted by the major infrastructure project. So can you provide a little bit content on this?
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Rice. I think the important part of the motion here is the very last bullet where it says program criteria will be guided by attachment 2 versus replicating attachment 2. What this allows us to do is take what was generally put together in attachment 2 and make sure it's aligned with the direction provided by council for the implementation of the actual program. So it's not intended to be an exact carbon copy. So as you mentioned, where there are differences, we'll be ensuring that we aligned with the direction that comes forward from council.
Then back to the funding source, and because it's very clear indicated in the report, there is no funding and for the program. And then for this specific request for the one BIA area and many business impacted not in the BIA area, and how we fill up that gap. So what type of funding could be available? And even though, and the discussion for the funding specifically will come back to the full budget adjustment discussion, not right now. And then I understand the intention just to bring the unfunded service package, but I do want to get a sense in advance and before we have that conversation.
So you're correct, Councillor Rice, that we don't have a funding source identified for this particular program should it move forward. So that would need to be work that we take away as part of the unfunded service package to identify where that would come from and what that would look like.
Is that possible to change the nature of funding source from budget and to the capital? And because 250,000 and for the budget, that is results the tax increase. But if it's a capital, and I don't know which category, and it could be under capital, under contingency or under other type of category. And I don't know, do you have any thoughts on that?
So I'd look to finance to weigh in on how and if this could be funded under capital. So is anyone on finance able to weigh in?
I think I'll try and speak to that, Alyssa. Yeah.
Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, in the report, it basically said that an ongoing program would need to be an operating-based ask, and it's outside of a normal scope of a capital project, so we should think of alternate funding sources. And I think Councillor Knack identified one opportunity with gaps in other grant programs. We've talked about other funding sources of other reserves. So part of what we would do if this is approved as an unfunded service package, as Alyssa said, we would explore appropriate funding sources that we would bring with it if council so chooses to debate funding this at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you. Just on that point, a point was made last week at a committee that sort of gave me pause, and it was this, that on some of our capital projects, we include the cost to mitigate the effect of the project. So a roadway project that's expanding the road, arguably increasing the volume of traffic, and thereby increasing the sound or the noise that's generated by that road, will receive a sound wall. Now, there's policy around when you get to a sound wall and all of that, but from a principal approach, there is mitigating things that we do that are not permanent infrastructure. Well, a sound wall would be permanent infrastructure, but it's not part of the road, which is the primary project. Another example might be that we will put in temporary barriers and lay down temporary pavement to allow a road to continue to operate, which is essentially lost cost. So from a mitigating the effect of the construction perspective on those very local to the construction, do we then get into a conversation about, well, maybe the capital budget for some of these projects that really interrupt people's lives, people's businesses, maybe there should be a line item in that capital budget that speaks to mitigating the effects?
Yeah, I would say for now, we could take that away and look, and a lot of those things that we would include would be additional costs for additional signage, for guidance, if we have to change a route in and out of it. So those are things that are included, they're
Sure.
temporary.
Yeah.
This one, at the time, when we looked at it with finance earlier, was nothing that's required through legislation, and it's above and beyond any of those realms that we have typically done to accommodate as part of the scope of the
Yeah.
project. So there's that. So we can take that away and explore, but that, at that time, that was that line in terms of whether this would be a different, and a real true add-on beyond the scope of the project.
Yeah, the line is, you know, in general community improvements, signage, sound barriers, landscaping, versus specific
Exactly.
direct support of individual businesses or property owners.
Right, which is just
Right.
that beyond that line of direct influence associated to the
subsidy.
project scope, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Now, part of the motion on here that's been presented by Councilor Lennox says eligible businesses defined as businesses directly affected. Has there been some thought, and forgive me, I can't remember, I think this came up in previous conversations, but is there some conversation about demonstrating an effect, or demonstrating a loss, or demonstrating a drop in revenue, or what have you? Is that something that is contemplated as a requirement of any one of these different approaches?
I think going back to last week a bit, the policy was specifically written with proof of that loss. A grant gives us a bit more flexibility to balance that a bit and be a bit more proactive, or not necessarily have to verify that. We can still put elements in. The draft that's in attachment 2 more speaks to the type of business, the multi-year impact of the business, and some of those things that we validate and verify, the type of business that truly is storefront, walk up. So there's elements in on that, but I think the grant doesn't specify proof of a loss necessarily, and the grant doesn't have to. It's the boundaries we choose to put to it.
Well, my next question is if it's a grant for now because revenue is depleted or diminished, but on the supposition that the improvement is going to actually improve revenue in the long term, that your fortunes are going to be better because of this new access or this new amenity, that there's perhaps a clawback in future years. Like, so.
Yeah, and there's
in fact, it was described as a loan last week, so.
Right, and that's offside with the MGA. The city's
Okay.
not in a position to do that because it would be seen as a loan, which would be offside from a governance perspective. Yeah.
Can you tell us that when this project was originally contemplated, I can remember a public hearing in 2018, Councillor Nack-ish, right? What the projected schedule was then, which is when people would, realize this project was coming and could first anticipate when the period of construction would be, and what it's turning out to be now. You may not have that at your fingertips, but I'm.
Yeah, I don't know if Bruce does. I don't have that off the top from that time period.
Yeah. Okay, I'd be curious of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Okay, so that Councillor Tang is to speak. Anyone else, any questions? You can't sign in. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So you said that if this were to pass, that administration can go back and look at potential funding sources, and one would assume some of those would be creative funding sources.
Yeah, I mean, we gave a couple of examples. We'd have to look at appropriate funding sources that council could consider based on those boundaries we've talked about.
So worst case scenario, if this passes today, we come back with a bunch of very interesting potential funding sources for things that we might have to fund that maybe aren't even involved with this.
Yeah, I think when this comes back in the context of the complete budget, you'd have to explore, is this one you bring forward for consideration of funding? and are you good with potential funding sources for it in the mix of everything?
Right. So I guess my question is, does this expand potentially how we look at potential funding sources? Like, so it would be for this project, but if this were to pass and then this project weren't ultimately funded, there's still all these different potential funding sources, or if this is funded, there's still all those other creative ideas that you came forward with.
Yeah, this would be the next step in that broader process, if I'm understanding your question.
Yeah,
and if this does pass, we would explore a bit more what are ways we can do this, and this would be a one-time step into consideration of future as well, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm saying is that, like, I could be wrong, and that's why I need clarification. If this passes and then you go on this search for different funding sources, then that work is done, and council will have a bunch of different little potential pockets for either reductions or to fund services that otherwise wouldn't have been funded, or all sorts of different things aside from this motion.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to answer your question correctly, if I'm hearing your theme, but as part of any budget exercise, when there's unfunded packages, part of the work that administration will do is look at and think through to help guide council what sources could be used. It would be if any unfunded service package or all that are being considered.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this might actually be a nice little way to shake loose a bunch of different potential pockets of nickels and dimes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how deep and how many shakes we'll be doing. We'll reasonably look at what we think's reasonable and is there, and it might not be that deep of a dive, but it'll be at least some indicator for council to give them a sense of direction.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Okay, we're coming close to 12 o'clock, and we have a time-specific item at 1:30, two of them. So we come back to this item once we have done with those two items. And first one, 9.1, is a private report. So can someone move that we go in camera before break?
I'll move that we go in camera, subject to sections 21 and 24.
Second.
And I believe that's it.
Yep. And 19.
19?
Yeah, 19. Okay.
Where's 19?
The second page.
The
Maybe
vote
not.
is, the vote is coming out. It should be out.
Yeah.
Is that the second one?
9.1. Oh, that is a different item. Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. Vote is coming our way.
The vote is out.
Okay. Harry. Oh, I'm a yes.
I'm a
Thanks,
yes.
Marsohi. Thanks, Councillor
Yes,
Wright.
for Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes, Councillor Salvador.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans and Councillor.
Cartmail
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
is a yes.
We have all of the votes.
I need a higher profile, I guess.
It is carried. We'll be back at 1:30.
We're back online, Mayor Sohi.
Okay. All right. We are back, and we are on item 6.1, councillors reporting on intergovernmental activities. And we will start with the should we do the motion on 9.1 first?
No, I think you're okay because you're still actually technically dealing with 6.1. So when you're done with 6.1, we can
Then
pop
we'll do it
back if
together.
that's okay.
Okay. All right. We'll do the reports on items as listed. We will start with the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Go ahead, please. Any public comments on the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association as representative of the city on the board?
No, there is no public information or updates I would like to share, and then as shared in the private.
Okay. From my end, I don't have much other than I think tomorrow. Actually, maybe I shouldn't share that. Maybe it's not public yet. Okay. I totally forgot. It's happening. No, it's okay. Okay, no worries. Alberta municipalities, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I don't think you might remember just before the break we had our annual report from the Board of Alberta Municipalities, and so if you were listening closely when we did that, that's probably the best thing. I don't want to repeat much of it, so I think really the only recent things that have come up since their annual report that I think are worth noting, we've got convention coming up on September the 25th, and that's in Red Deer, and as always, I would encourage my colleagues to attend. Lots of great things. I think 27 resolutions, and that's even after working through and trying to, there's a lot of good items. Hey, there are some provincial organizations that have hundreds of resolutions during resolutions, so we're in much better shape compared to some of them. And so please do attend, and I think the only other flag I would have, or two flags I would have, of course, is that we will also be doing appointments to committees again. So if there's any interest in serving on the committees, as some of you have over this term, please do consider submitting your name and putting your name forward to serve on those committees. It's always great to have representation from the City of Edmonton on each of those committees if possible. And generally speaking, we've been represented on almost all of the committees most of the last number of years, which is great to see. Finally, there is just ongoing work that Alberta Municipalities has been doing related to the setting of Bill 20 regulations. I won't go into any details here, but they've just been working as a group to try to make sure that those regulations are will do the best to minimize, I think, the concerns that have been raised as an organization throughout the deliberations of Bill 20. So I'll leave it there. Unless Councillor Tang has some other items.
Councillor Tang?
Maybe just to build on that with the update we got from the Alberta Municipalities Board was very fulsome, and I think I just want to highlight that the organization, along with partner organizations like the Rural Municipalities Association, has been vehemently advocating for adequate infrastructure funding with LGFF. That was a major advocacy campaign, as well as bills like 18 and 20 in opposition, and was a fairly significant effort on the parts of the both organizations. And so now we're kind of in the regulatory stage. So I just want to highlight those as some of the key ones. On the resolution side, I believe this is a steady incremental increase over the last few years, and just certainly highlights the level of engagement and the level of, I think, needs out there in municipalities across the province. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a lot to add, honestly. I serve on the Infrastructure Committee, and so when resolutions are passed at the convention and it's agreed that Alberta municipalities should advocate for a particular thing and it falls within an infrastructural envelope, then it comes to this committee to pursue that advocacy. And so there's a work group on any number of things that are sort of in process over resolutions that have been passed over the previous few years. So that work continues. I can't think of any significant accomplishments that that's had, quite frankly. And what's also interesting is that there's sort of overlapping conversations. So there's two things come to mind with the infrastructure committee. One was work on connectivity, broadband connectivity in rural areas, which is not really a City of Edmonton thing. But this same conversation comes up at the MSRP committee at EMRB, where there's also a concern around connectivity and broadband and access to that kind of data support and connectivity. So, and quite frankly, there's a few of the same people on both of these committees. So there tends to be some overlap and perhaps a lack of efficiency, but you know, advocacy and education kind of happens at this committee. The other one was on electrical grid pressures, and we had a really interesting presentation on demand side of the grid solutions around time of use metering and coordination of demand so as to not, or to at least forestall a complete rebuild of the grid on the supply side. So again, some interesting, somewhat technical conversations around infrastructure. That's what happens there. Happy to take questions, but it's pretty organic.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Questions to Councillor Knack or Tang or Councillor Cardwell? Okay, seeing none, we will carry on with Canadian Urban Transit Association. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, first and foremost, I don't think we've had an update since this, so I will say Edmonton was the host for the national convention here last November 2023. The next one is in Toronto, the annual conference. So I first and foremost want to give a big kudos to all of the Edmonton staff and Explore Edmonton and other groups that made that a successful conference. So kudos, and please pass that on, Eddie, to the teams there. I know it's been a little delayed, but this is the first time I can publicly acknowledge that, so I wanted to take that opportunity. In terms of the Canadian Urban Transit Association, they're really focused at this point on the 3 funding streams from the federal government, the permanent transit funding, and doing some advocacy around those, both in terms of what they want to see included and some of the barriers that what they've seen so far is creating around the access to those funds. So that's a real focus. Another thing that I would highlight is, in general, the Canadian Urban Transit Association has and is mainly made up of membership that's a lot heavily on the administration and transit planners and professionals that are in the transit world. But we do have and I had to look it up, the Transit Board Members Committee, of which I'm a member of, and that's a group of elected officials that specifically look at how elected officials, their role in advocating for transit. You know, while there's a lot of the nitty-gritty everyday transit planning that administration does, ultimately, you know, case in point, the decisions we're going to be making and discussing next week at executive committee, we make a lot of those decisions. And so right now they're doing a lot more outreach and in fact a rebranding to try to recruit more elected officials across the country to join that group and to work on that more, rather than the operations of a transit system. What is that advocacy piece, and what are the things that we need to do to champion really strong transit across Canada? So that work is underway. While I am the official council appointed member, Councillor Knack also attends. So I don't know if you have anything I've missed that you'd like to add. Unfortunately, they do have advocacy days that they do in Ottawa. Councillor Knack and I had the pleasure of going last year and meeting with several ministers and then members of the opposition, the official opposition, as well as senators to advocate on transit. Unfortunately, it intersects this year with the Alberta Municipalities Annual Conference. And so given some of the really important topics like Bill 20 that I know will be discussed there, I've made the choice to choose the Alberta Municipalities Conference over going to that advocacy run in Ottawa for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack? No, that's it? Okay, questions to Councillor Knack or to Councillor Rutherford? Okay, we are carrying on with next one is Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board. Councillor Cartermill, you want to start? Or I can start if you want me to. I can start.
I'd rather you start.
Okay, I can start then. You want me to? Okay. Okay, so in on June 13, at the June 13 meeting of the EMRB approved the 2024 Regional Transportation Priorities Report and provided it to the Government of Alberta for consideration in its annual capital planning process, highlighting important transportation projects around the region. The board also approved a benchmarking report comparing Edmonton to several national and international jurisdictions on factors related to livability, economy, and quality of life. And currently, I am working with our city staff as well as the CEO and chair of the EMRB to add a discussion to the upcoming September meeting to advocate to the province on housing in the Edmonton metropolitan region. This is in light of what we had seen over the last couple of months about, particularly coming out of Leduc decision around how they're going to deal with houseless population in their city and whether they're going to utilize the navigation center in Edmonton and then facilitate moving people from their communities into the city to access services. So I think that highlighted the lack of services in the regional communities and how we can actually work together to have a more of a regional approach to tackling these type of issues and work with the province on that. We'll see what happens if we are able to get that onto the agenda with EMRB. That'll be a very good conversation. So that's about it from my end. Tim?
I can speak to two committees, I guess, that I serve on. The first is the MSRP, which is effectively the Shared Services Committee. And this had focus on, I'm going to try to remember this, emergency response, waste, is it sanitary? Storm, and there's a fourth one. Might be broadband. I know that's come up a fair bit. Go ahead, put your mic on.
I think the fourth is EMS. The emergency management and EMS were split into two.
Were they split? Okay. Yeah. All right. So emergency management and that kind of a thing. And I quite frankly, I think it was found around that table that was a lot of these things were already being discussed at the board level or at other tables. But nevertheless, there were some studies done in those four buckets, notably a waste management kind of a study, or at least the first part of one, where a third-party consultant was tasked with going and finding out what the region is doing in terms of tipping stations and municipal waste and that kind of a thing. That study was actually met with a little bit of resistance because there was a little bit of these are revenue-generating facilities in a number of places, and they're kind of ours and not a regional thing and kind of local. But I think we overcame that, and it's all about a conversation that I think would potentially ultimately lead to a more of a regional waste management strategy and could feed into some of the things we're trying to do at least within the bounds of the city of Edmonton. Emergency management was kind of weird, I would say, in that we already have our emergency service groups, fire rescue services, that kind of thing, that interact and cover for each other and respond to things across metro borders that without being asked to. So there's really a question of just, is there a problem here to fix or not, or a conversation to have or not. So all of that to say that this is one committee that I can see where the work would be distributed to other places in the metro region sort of makeup. So, but it continues. The other committee I've been serving on is the interim review of the growth management plan. It's been hard to contain this work. There's, again, consultants that are involved in this. There's a question of geospatial analysis, you know, from two different ways. What is the capacity left within each metro region for employment or residential or agricultural growth? And what is the trend, you know, in terms of how much growth is happening in those places, and how can that be collected and grouped up and consolidated into some sort of a policy statement or a revised policy statement. The other is growth generally in each of those municipalities, and you know there is a lot of debate on whether representatives of each municipality actually agree with the analysis about growth rates and employment growth rates, residential growth rates, this kind of a thing. And it's been kind of hard, frankly, to kind of put bounds on this in terms of this being an interim kind of a review, 5-year review, knowing that there's, as we've discussed earlier, there's a 10-year review that is actually due in a couple of years. So I can, you know, this, by the time this interim thing wraps up, they might be right back into a comprehensive review of the growth plan. So mixed results, I would say, there as well. But it's hard. There's so many factors, so many variables. At one point we had a presentation rather early on. We had a presentation from, I forget the firm's name, but they get into building analytical models and allow you to build a model of what's present, and then you know who I'm thinking of. And they, you know, so you push a button or pull a lever and you can see what, you know, the effect would be across the region. But building that model is not trivial. So I know I'm kind of rambling a little bit mixed, but this is kind of the way these meetings have gone, is that there's what about this, what about that, and you're almost trying to catch air, and it's hard to sort of, you know, limit the conversation and know that you're limiting it to the right things to talk about to do an interim review of a growth plan versus a comprehensive one. And then the knock-on effect of how that would affect growth management policies, densities, those other provisions that, you know, all of us in the region are supposed to adhere to.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor. So here I will be very quick. So I serve the EMRB's committees called Audit and Finance Committees. This committee every quarters has a meeting and to looking at the budget and for the EMRB and specifically and this committee, and we look at lots of details and in terms of how we make sure manage budget to really support the priorities and demonstrate outlined and in the EMRB's strategic plan. So I know, and then my colleagues talk about some other committees, and then so this committee actually is a supportive role and to the board to provide the financial information and then to really make sure that a strategic alignment and for our budget and to the priorities EMRB is doing. So I don't have too much to share, but we already discussed some information in the private. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues, to Councillor Knack? No, this is Councillor Cartmel and me and Councillor Rice. I see none. We will carry on to Enoch Stewardship Roundtable. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the roundtable has not proceeded the way that we had hoped, but we hope to see a change in the upcoming months. Part of that has been a change of administration, and so we've sort of had to reset some of these conversations. But it's you know, we're building relationships and finding areas as Councillor Knack would be very aware of in some of the potential infrastructure work. And so we're hoping to create a little bit more economic inroads as far as how we can relate together as two communities. At this point, there are a lot of conversations happening around potentials, and it's going to take just a little bit of administration sitting down to sort of hammer out those details and what that can mean for Enoch and the city of Edmonton. And my colleague, Councillor Tang, may have more to add.
Specifically to the roundtable, I have nothing to add as we haven't really met, but there's been other ways of relationship building. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, colleagues, to Councillor Piquet or Councillor Tang? See, okay, we'll carry on with the next one, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Big City Mayor's Caucus. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I think the last FCM meeting that we had was the annual general meeting, so I'll just summarize some of the plenary or resolutions that the membership supported. RCMP recruitment and retention continues to be an issue for a lot of municipalities that are served by the RCMP. And so members voted to continue to urge the federal government to collaborate with the relevant federal authorities to carry out strategic measures aimed at improving and increasing RCMP recruitment and retention efforts. Second, members supported a call to the federal government for federal support for food banks. It's not news at this table how many municipalities are finding that people are really struggling to make ends meet, especially when it comes to putting food on the table. Third, the membership supported enhancing shelter supports for women and survivors of intimate partner violence. FCM calls on the federal government to work with the provinces and territories to provide permanent operational funding open to local governments and community organizations for shelters, transitional housing, and supportive housing for women and survivors of intimate partner violence, including Indigenous, 2S, LGBTQIA plus people and persons with disabilities. And four, the membership passed a resolution regarding harassment of elected local government officials, something that FCM's been working on for a really long time. Somewhat in partnership with a local firm called, I'm going to blank on them now, but you know who I'm talking about, a tech firm. Anyway, Areto Labs has been the amount of harassment that not just women in politics face, but members of the Black and racialized communities, 2S LGBTQ2IA, individuals, persons with disabilities, and Indigenous people face when in elected office. So they're asking the federal government to take a much harder stand on that. And I think that's something that's affected folks in all orders of government. There was also elections at the annual general meeting. The new president of FCM is Jeff Stewart. He is the deputy mayor of the municipality of the county of Colchester. The third VP is Kathy Valentino, the deputy mayor for the city of Thompson, Manitoba. And that was a bit of an interesting election to watch at FCM. And then the new Alberta reps at Federation of Canadian Municipalities are Kathy Heron, who is the current mayor of St. Albert, and Charlene Moore, who is a councillor from Lac-La-Biche, and the rural representative is Neil Como, who's councillor for Sturgeon County, and I think a lot of folks already know Neil. As well as representation from AB Munis, which has a seat on FCM, as the PTAs do, and RMA. Upcoming events that I wanted to make council aware of. The Sustainable Cities Conference returns on February 10th to 13th, 2025, and will be held in Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's beautiful that time of year, so if you don't have plans, consider going out to Fredericton. The next year's conference will be in Ottawa, which is our nation's capital, and it will be held from May 28th to June 1st, 2025. And I don't think this is spoiling anything. It was also announced at the conference that Edmonton will host FCM in 2026 and Halifax in 2027. So a lot to look forward to there. Halifax is always a good time, but Edmonton's a better one. So and I think we have some really, I know this city can put on a good show, so it's really exciting. Two other minor announcements I just want to mention. Of course, and this is a bit past now, committee member nominations close on Friday, and Councillor Paquette has put his name forward, and Council adopted that earlier in today's agenda. And I'll just note that the Sundance Housing Cooperative received $6.1 million from the Green Municipal Fund for energy retrofitting. So that's some good FCM news there.
Absolutely.
Councillor Paquette, anything
Yes.
else?
Boy, after that, what else is there to add? That was extremely comprehensive, which is why we have Councillor Hamilton in that position. But I think I can just give a little bit of an update on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee, and that would be that there's been a lot of inroads about talking about root causes and what role the federal government can play in partnership with municipalities to deal with those root causes. And it may actually mean maybe some subcommittee work in order to separate some of the challenges that smaller cities and municipalities are facing in comparison to big cities and medium cities. And obviously Edmonton represents an extreme example of what big cities are facing, as we are definitely that crossroads for Western Canada North. But the other aspect of committee work is the anti-racism one, and that one's a little bit more challenging. It's definitely something that is needed in these times. And again, from the FCM perspective, it's about how to draft that policy and that advocacy with the federal government and how to empower municipalities and what that looks like. In fact, Edmonton has been used as an example for that work based on what we've been doing over the past 6 or 7 years and how that has been accelerated and amplified in the past 3 years. So, in many ways, Edmonton, as it turns out, is once again leading nationally on some of these key issues. I think that's about it. Prairie Caucus information. Simply, this is another forum for some of that intergovernmental cross-municipal work, and definitely touches on regional work as well as economic corridor work that is being developed between Calgary and Edmonton, Red Deer, and all points in between. But that's where we're at.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. You want to touch briefly on the Indigenous Circle?
Oh, sure. I was going to leave it to you, but I'm happy to. So there were conversations in the Big City Mayor's Caucus, Indigenous Circle. It's caucus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been meeting periodically about every 6 months, not always, but for the past couple of years. And some of the clarification around the conversations has led to the most urgent areas, which and the most urgent area of all, which is housing. And so there have been some really productive conversations, and not without emotion, about this issue and how surrounding nations to big municipalities would like to partner with municipalities to ensure that if there are any federal moves in this area, that we see an equitable allocation of funds, both to big cities and to reserves, because as we know, some of these housing issues are because of a lack of housing on reserves. And if that can be addressed and rectified, that starts to alleviate some of the pressure on big cities. And of course, the benefit would be to those who are experiencing homelessness, those who are in precarious housing, and of course to municipalities as a whole in operational cost reductions and dealing with the symptoms of homelessness. So that's some of the work that's been done. It's been extremely productive and extremely frank, almost startlingly frank. So I think that this effort, definitely championed by Mayor Sohi, has been, I would say, an incredible accelerator of these conversations. And I look forward to seeing the results as we move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Foucault. Yeah, this is a commitment that FCM has made to see what role FCM big cities can play in advancing reconciliation, particularly focus on housing, and finding better ways of working with the First Nations communities surrounding our cities, as well as within the city boundaries, right? So it's been a pretty, I would say, has been a lot of emotions but also a lot of learning from each other and engagement with each other. So probably lead to some good work. One of the things that this circle is trying to tackle is working with federal government on the allocation of the Indigenous Northern Housing Fund that federal government has announced. It's about $4 million, I think, right? So yeah, and how we can work better in partnership with First Nations communities on that. So luckily, I think City of Edmonton got not the City of Edmonton as a corporation, but our community got out of the first phase of that funding. The Niginan Housing Corporation was able to access that funding for 2 of their projects. One that they recently opened, and another one they're actually working with our city on finding the proper land to build more housing in our city. So which is good. On the other items, on June 7th, BCMC met with Prime Minister Trudeau as well as Minister Sean Fraser, as well as elected the new chair for BCMC, who is Josh Morgan from London, as well as Vice Chair Scott Gillingham, Mayor of Winnipeg. The discussion focused on advocacy on the municipal growth framework with both Prime Minister and Minister Fraser, and both demonstrated, an interest in the concept of giving more support on a permanent basis to municipalities. With Prime Minister Trudeau, BCMC raised the following issues: support for chronic houselessness, support for asylum seekers and refugees, Canada Infrastructure Housing Fund, specifically changes to development charges. I don't know if all of us are familiar. Federal government is actually forcing municipality to freeze development charges in order to build more housing. And that is causing concerns for a number of municipalities, not as much for us, but some of the municipalities in Ontario that rely quite a bit as a revenue source on development charges. So they're going to lose quite a bit money in that. So there was a discussion on that, as Councillor Hamilton mentioned, discussion around harassment of elected officials, which is unfortunately getting worse instead of improving. So what role federal government needs to play, as well as some discussion on climate mitigation and adaptation. And with Minister Fraser, the focus was around Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, Municipal Growth Framework, Canada Community Building Fund with its permanent fund now, and houselessness, climate adaptation and mitigation. And there was also brief discussion on the permanent transit fund that Councillor Rutherford already filled us on. Yeah, so that's about it on the BCMC. Yeah. Any questions, colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we will carry on to Intercity Forum on Social Policy.
Thank you. We've just met once this year. Usually we meet 2 or 3 times. I think it's a good opportunity for the different municipalities to come together and sort of see what's happening in the social services realm. We've had some good presentations on housing. And it's also an opportunity to hear from the other organizations such as FCM, AB Munis, what their resolutions were being brought forward to their AGMs this year. We've had presentations in the past on housing on the federal side, and some social programs from the province. We were just unfortunately advised at our last meeting that the province is no longer going to be participating and attending the meetings, which is a concern, especially when a good part of the people that are a part of the committee are involved in the FCSS funding, which is the provincial funding for our social organizations. So I hope that they will be providing some sort of update if they aren't going to be participating firsthand. We also elected a new chair, Dave Anderson from Strathcona County. And I think that is about it. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Wright? Seeing none, we will carry on to intergovernmental meetings with governments of Canada and Alberta. I will start. So on August 2nd, I met with the minister. We facilitated, our city administration and my office facilitated a meeting between Minister Mark Miller, Minister of Immigration and Community Organizations here in the city who are working in the immigration settlement field. The meeting focused on the Year 3 State of Immigration and Settlement report and provided a platform for sharing first-hand experiences with newcomer settlement, discussing how local organizations, the city, and the federal government can collaborate to address these issues. As I said, meeting included members of the community who were able to share their feedback directly with the minister. Already talked about meeting with Prime Minister at BCMC. Also had a meeting with Minister Drishan to talk about some of the infrastructure projects that provincial government is funding in our city. Just giving the minister an update on that, as well as Federal Minister Soroya Martinez Ferrada was here in Edmonton, had time to talk about some of the potential collaboration opportunities to improve tourism and support economic development and diversification in the city. I'm in regular touch with Minister McIver on some of the municipal issues. We also had the opportunity to discuss the letter that I wrote on identifying 9 things that we want to work with them on to make our city more financially strong. That's, grants in lieu of taxes program or LGGF funding amounts, traffic enforcement revenue, or fully reimbursing the city for medical responses. And we also held a roundtable with the Minister Nelly on April 22nd as a kickoff to the Canadian Hydrogen Convention that took place in Edmonton. Minister Nelly, Minister of Services and Red Tape Reduction, along with the senior government of Alberta officials and industry representatives for ongoing engagement hydrogen roundtable. This roundtable was an opportunity to share information regarding hydrogen activities in Alberta, discussed advancements to hydrogen relatives to transportation in particular, and identify opportunities to further reduce barriers to adoption of hydrogen as a fuel source in the transportation sector, and the ongoing advocacy around some of the other Bill 18, Bill 20, and provincial funding carries on in my engagement with them. Yep. That's on my end. Let's see. Then I'll open for other colleagues to add on some of the work that you've been doing on the relationship with province and the federal government, whether it's at various venues or opportunities that we get. Somebody has something to add. Okay. Cool. All right. So that is it for now. Any questions on anything that we discussed? Seeing none, okay, we are done with item 6.1. Okay, we will move to receive this for information.
Yeah, I'll move receipt of information.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, please vote to receive 6.1 for information. So, I'm yes.
I'm a yes.
Counselor Wright's a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Right.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice.
Scroll down.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Waiting for one more.
It says it's refreshing, so I'm just
We
waiting
should just
for
wait
it.
then.
I'm just waiting
should
for
wait.
it. It says it'll just
Or you
be a
could say
minute.
it verbally.
Yeah.
You wanna wait?
I think I'll vote in favor of it, yes,
Thank
I'll
you so
consider
much.
that.
We have all the votes. Ye scribe, MJ.
Okay, display the vote, that is carried, okay. Now on to 9.1, there's a motion on 9.1, right?
There is, MG's system is quietly crashing. Yeah, so there is a motion that I did put in the council chat, and happy to read it in. I'm not 100% sure if MJ's going to be able to display it.
Here it is.
Oh, look.
Okay, who would like to move the regional update? Councillor Cardinal, you want to do that?
Sure.
Okay, second? Councillor Knack?
Second.
Okay, Councillor Rice, okay. All right, so please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
Counselor Wright's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so 6.1 is done. 7.1 was done. We are back to 7.2, financial loss during major construction projects, draft policy, and there was a list of speakers.
I think we're ready to go, Mayor Sohi. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a list
There
of.
is. It's Councillor, our apologies, it's Councillor Paquette first and then Councillor Tang.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please. Questions?
I think that my questions were answered.
That's where we ended.
Oh, okay, Councillor Tang, you were then next.
I'm
You were to
I'm speaking.
speak. Okay. Anyone else have any questions on this report? Oh, sorry, the motion on the floor? Here we go. We have motion on the floor now. All right, now we open up for council members to speak. All right, we will start with Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. Just want to appreciate the efforts of the mover who has brought this conversation up many times. But I think there's a real keen interest in supporting local businesses, and I absolutely respect that, that intent. And I had expressed last week that, had this been at a different time, perhaps I would consider it. I will not supporting this motion here today. A few things I want to address. Several of the speakers raised the Calgary example. In the Calgary context, it's also a pilot. However, the cost of the grant program is actually built into existing program cost. And, we kind of talked about this earlier in terms of what does it look like to embed that cost within, say, procurement or kind of some of that existing budget item. And I think if that is the case, I'm certainly open to that conversation and will even support, but that is not what we are deciding today. I also feel that this grant program does not adequately address the problem we're trying to solve. We heard from speakers last week that some said there would be probably no impact to their business. Some said this would be a meaningful symbolic gesture from the city to support local businesses. Some suggested that something like a grant program will allow the business to navigate the mazes themselves, none of which I feel really convincing that a grant program would potentially offer, $2,250 or $2,500 per business would necessarily answer those challenges. And finally, at the same executive meeting, we talked at length about the structural financial challenges that the city is facing. We talked at length about restraints and constraints, and I don't really understand why we're not focused on fixing these gaps instead of deepening them. If the coffer were endless, I think it would be really important to consider this proposal. In fact, I will probably bring dozens of service packages because there's a lot of needs out there. But we've also heard from administration that even if after shaking all the pants, couches, jackets, whatever creative ideas we can find for unused funds, they will likely go towards one of the structural issues we have to face to prevent further harms down the road into things like the FSR, the renewal deficit, et cetera. And I'm inclined to agree with that. So, I think there could be other policy options to look at, but at this time, I am a no on this.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a difficult one for sure, and I think we're in a situation where everyone is right in terms of how they may choose to vote. There's not an easy answer here whatsoever. I am going to be supporting this. I'm really mindful of the budget constraints that we have, but I think one of the most important structural budget issues we've spoken about is the imbalance we have between residential and non-residential property taxes. These types of programs are really important in ensuring that Edmonton remains business friendly and that we can have that sustainable tax base in the long run for some of that financial sustainability and structural budget to alleviate some of the structural budget pressures. I think that the funding source that is being explored is really telling. In the past, when we've contemplated some sort of support for small businesses, there's been concern that it's going to just wildly balloon out of control right away. I think the window repair program is a good example of a program that was set up. It was set up very conservatively and originally kept very tight. But the demands are never as great as we maybe anticipate and fear, but they are really meaningful for those who access them. I think that in terms of the narrowness of this, of course, I happen to be in a ward that's also impacted by some of these major multi-year construction projects. I would love to see a broader application of this, but I do recognize the very unique and very significant struggles that have been faced on Stony Plain Road. I really appreciate the advocacy that Councillor Knack has been doing, not only in this chamber, but in our regular updates with the LRT teams. He's been a constant voice for these businesses and has really convinced me of the exceptional circumstances that these businesses are facing. So I would like to support them through this motion and hope that based on our experience of this first tranche that we can consider growing this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you. So I've got a number of concerns, and I won't repeat what Councillor Tang said. I generally agree with that. There's what this motion would do if it passed would effectively leave those business owners that came to committee last week hanging for a further several months to find out whether there's actually going to be funding for this idea or not. This does not solve the problem today. This kind of kicks the can down the road. And while I know that, we in general terms want to have the funding sources presented available and then choose what we fund, I was hoping to see some clarity today about, where there could be some movement and mixes so that we could, at least indicate some hope. So I'm not inclined to support this because I don't think there's a lot of hope. I don't think it's fair to leave those businesses expecting, hoping, waiting for something to come rescue them. And you know, that speaks to our capacity to pay for this program and not being able to identify any reasonable funding source and knowing the financial constraints that we're under. So I'm not inclined to support it from that perspective. But I do think there's something we got to do here, and not necessarily like from a policy perspective. You know, we laid out expectations about what would be expected on this project, how long it would take, what the interruptions would be, and we're not meeting those expectations. We're not even close. You know, there's modest predictions about when this project is going to be complete and when the interruptions will end. But anyone that's traveling through that on a regular basis can see that there's well, the progress has improved this summer. It's not anywhere where it should be. And I think that when we get to situations where we have let people believe or understand, or we've told them, you know, what the expectations will be, and then those shift, that begins to leak into a place of responsibility. I spoke earlier today about mitigating circumstances or mitigating these circumstances to make something untenable. And sometimes we work those things in, sometimes we don't. I think we need to work into our, in some way or form, into our capital project management, something about if we don't meet expectations that we lay out in the community, then that's the time that we're going to have to interrupt. But everybody takes their turn feeling the pain of local improvements and feels that dip in expectation and then reaps the rewards. It's only when we start missing the mark that I think that we need to start doing something. Now, how we do that, I don't know. In this particular instance, though, you know, and I would note that while the project is taking place in one or two wards, it affects several others. Those that I have the privilege of representing, do not yet have a mass transit opportunity to get downtown or get to the core. Transit is challenged. A lot of it is on-demand transit. If you're going to come off the island, you are either going north across Quesnel and into these communities, or you're going west down Whitemud and up Calgary Trail, and both routes are interrupted almost continuously. And when we talk about, you know, the coming bridge rehab plan, they're going to be completely, it'll be inaccessible. So it affects more than just the people in the local ward. On this particular project, we need to find a way to impact the schedule, to improve the schedule, to condense the schedule. We need to find a way to break this project up into smaller parts where we are surgical, where we go in, we deliver, we finish, and get out. I think a lot of the frustration is that because it's a long linear project, the entire line has been taken as a construction site, and progress does not proceed in a way that at least frees up parts of that long line that runs through West Edmonton. We could have done this differently. We could have taken an eye to understanding what the impact is of having this continuous construction site is on commuting, on residents, on businesses, on revenues, and we haven't done that. But it's not too late to do that on this project. We're a lot closer to the beginning than we are to the end. So what can we do to manage the work? What can we do to change the sequence of the work? What can we do to condense the schedule of the work? What can we do to start getting out of the way of people's ordinary lives during construction before waiting for a finish date that is at least the end of 2027, and who really knows beyond that? So I don't know that we can make a promise today about funding or about granting or about trying to ease the financial pain to this group of business owners. But what we can do today is start the work to try to make this better for everyone involved. That can start now, and I think that should be our focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carman. Councillor Wright. You're next.
I didn't put my name on the board.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I had a bunch of notes and then I left them in my office over lunch break. So first and foremost, I agree with Councillor Tang. I want to give kudos to the mover for the tenacity to continually bring this forward. You know, no one will ever say you do not advocate and represent well the residents of the ward you represent. I need to look at this, and fundamentally, nothing from the first time this was rejected has changed. Nothing. At the core, we have major capital projects across our city, and they are for the greater good and greater benefit of Edmonton and Earsay, like for example, Yellowhead Trail, freeway conversion, the region to prosper. And we have continually heard from the business community, and I asked this question to the business community at the committee meeting last week. You keep saying, focus on core services, focus on core services, focus on core services. The biggest impact to business is taxes. Yet, this is clearly not a core service of ours to compensate businesses for construction that benefits the greater good. That is my fundamental go-to base for this. I empathize with the businesses. I really, really do in this specific area. Even when Councillor Cartmell said, what point do we take responsibility? This is a P3. I think that gets really messy. And I don't think it's just on the city and city staff on this particular project. And I understand that this just creates an unfunded service package for us to debate and in context with the greater all of the things, but I can't unsee the information that has been provided to us over the last year about all of the challenges we're facing, about the difficult decision we're gonna have to make next week about transit fees for some of the most vulnerable people that rely on transit, and not say if there is any creative source of funding, which I already have full confidence that administration is and will continue to try to find any creative source of funding, it should go to core services. And that is in line with what the Chamber and other business members have said to us continually since I have been in this seat. So I cannot in any way support this because A, I don't want to give false hope to the business community. I don't think that builds good relationship and trust, because the reality is if I supported this just because, yeah, it's just an unfunded service package, if I have zero intent of supporting that at budget with the information I have now, why would I do that? Second of all, I know that we've talked about some of the structural issues around tax and the differential split Councillor Stevenson talked about between our commercial and our residential. And Councillor Hamilton has already moved a motion for unfunded service packages for our industrial action plan, which we're already going to have to grapple with at budget. So we already have, and there's some other unfunded service packages we're going to debate later on in this meeting. So as to all of us, there's all things we'd love to bring forward. There's all things that are important. And I want to end this with the comment I heard from members of community is just how this would create a statement. It would send a message to the business community that we care. And I think it's really important to understand that we care about a lot of things in these seats, and a lot of organizations, and a lot of things are valid and important, and we would love to fund everything if we could. We do not have the ability to do that. So please do not take the lack of funding something as a lack of caring. I agree, we can have further conversations, as Councillor Cartmell said, about how we need to be readjusting and realigning to mitigate these impacts on an ongoing basis. But please do not take the lack of funding from me specifically and my no vote as me not caring about the business community. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to speak to this as well. Councillor Rice is on the list, and Councillor Knack is going to close. Right, so we're going to take a break here now, and we'll be back at 3:45 to finish this item. All right, we'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Would like to call this meeting back to order. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Brinsby.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Here we are. Okay, Councillor Rice, you are next to speak to this item, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This one is a very challenging and a difficult one. But I want to say thank Councillor Knack and bring this back and from last time. So last time I have no hesitation. I had no hesitation. I supported it right away because I strongly believe when our city's business is doing well, our city is doing well. And plus, our business and is a big portion of our tax base. And at this time, and then I am really struggle on it. I understand there are two reasons here. One is about our budgets limitation, our resources limitation. So if this unfunded service package come back to use the funding source and from our taxpayer dollars, and I will not support. However, there is another reason for us to look at this differently. This one for bringing the unfunded service package, I do think will provide some opportunity and for us to look at some policy change or policy improvement. So the first one is I think it's a time to really look at and how we could support our city's business community, and then really to improve that our city's competitiveness and to maintain our business-friendly city. I think there is some options, there's some opportunity for us to look at that type of conversation, and it's worth for us to explore more options of how we support our city's business community. That is number one. Number two, and we know those business, yes, and then I heard my colleagues say this is not our core services scope. But if you look at all the major infrastructure project, that is our city's core services. And then those business impact by those construction, and at the same time, those business and provide the support to our tax base. And I think there is a connection there as well. So is there anything we could do, and from policy perspective, to look at that opportunity and really to say each time and for us to find a way, creative way, and not use tax dollars and maybe other type of funding source to support our business. But how we do that, I think this motion could provide the opportunity, open door for us to look into that. And as the attachment 2 mentioned in city administration's report. So like I said, very clear, I will not support if it's a tax supported funding for this, but I'm going to support to have the opportunity to open the door and to look to explore different options, and for us for our city to look at the policy improvement to support our business community. So I will leave as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I did not support this, I think, 2 times before when it was brought. But I believe that the proposed, first of all, the proposed motion is limits sort of the parameters for impact to one area and one project. And why I think it's at least having the conversation at budget is because I don't think we're talking about particularly large orders of magnitude when it comes down to the potential budgetary impact. But I think there's a second important piece here that is worth considering, which is that in order to be able to quantify the impact to business, you have to start to measure it. And I think that might be helpful for us for future contracts to understand more fully what the impact of a delay may be on a business. This comes up again and again, and I whether it's with Fort Road or along the Southeast Valley Line, and now with the Valley Line West. I know certainly it was a conversation with the 102nd Avenue Bridge, but I think because this has very strict parameters in terms of the geographical location and sort of the project, I think that the ability to start to quantify the impacts of project delays is something that may help us at either in further contract negotiations on other projects or in further stages of this project. And so I think that is worth considering, and one of the reasons that I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. No, I, like my other colleagues, kudos to Councillor Knack for not giving up on this, right? And, continue to advocate on behalf of the constituents that you represent. And I absolutely understand that businesses face significant challenges during major construction projects, and Stony Plain area is no exception to that. But my concern is that the proposed financial assistance program would not prevent or mitigate these losses to the extent that we heard from the public and to the extent that is needed. I am not convinced that a grant of this small amount to be effective and meaningful. We heard from businesses that they lost close to $10,000 to $15,000 a month. And if you're going to give them $180 a month in a grant funding, right, I don't know how much meaningful that'll be at a time when they also need to keep the paperwork to demonstrate the loss. So it may not be actually any assistance to them. And also concerned the number of the businesses that we heard from, particularly around Meadowlark, downtown. They would not be covered by this anyways, right? It's a small. The focus is very, very narrow. I think we need to find a different way of looking at construction. I absolutely agree with Councillor Cardinal. When we design procurement, when we look at construction management, that's where the challenges are. And I'm going to sit down with one of the folks that actually highlighted some of those issues, one of the presenters, and I'm going to sit with the administration to figure out, maybe bring forward some sort of notes of motion to actually have that conversation. Whether it's access issues, why do businesses have to face months and months of long access issues? Why can they not manage properly? Why can we not communicate what the expectations are around business for businesses? There's so many other things that we can do that might actually have a better impact and more meaningful impact for businesses. I also, when money is tight, you need to stretch every dollar. And if I felt this was a meaningful intervention in the amount of dollars that would actually make a difference, I would be thinking differently than I'm thinking now on this. And we support businesses. Anyone who may suggest that we don't support businesses, I'm not saying this council does or my colleagues do, but anyone out in the community who may see this as lack of support for the businesses, they should look at all the other things that we are doing, whether it's reducing red tape, that is saving hundreds and hundreds of hours and millions of dollars for businesses, how we actually changing our zoning regulations to facilitate economic growth in our city, and how through our business-friendly Edmonton office, we are helping hundreds of businesses to interact with our organization in a more efficient and quicker way. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, and we need to do more, and it has to be meaningful. Though in my case, this is not. So that's the reason that I would not be supporting. Another is that we do set a precedent, and we do set expectations, and through our motions, and there will be expectations from folks impacted by other construction projects, whether it's the Yellowhead Trail, whether it's 50th Street, 82nd Avenue overpass, or Trevilliger, or neighborhood renewal that lasts for a couple of years in the neighborhood, right? So I think we set that expectation that we may not be actually able to meet, and might end up giving up some false hope to business that we may not be able to deliver on. So with that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and all my notes disappeared on eScribe, so let's just wing it. eScribe's been fun. So first, and I do just want to echo what a common theme in most of the comments. I don't want people to support this if there was no desire to support this at budget, because we do not want to create false hope. And I also want to agree and sort of echo the point that I think, independent of the outcome of this vote, I would agree that we still need to make changes. Appreciate that Mayor Sohi's mentioned he would be sitting down with some folks. I think we need to have a motion, probably not today, we need to fine tune what that looks like, that addresses this at the procurement level. And I think that's a must, because independent of what happens today, we need to actually show that we want to make change, because I'm hearing the words, but I want to see the action to back up those words. So I'll make a commitment to you, Mayor Sohi. If you're interested, I'll happily join you on some of those conversations if there's any desire. My time hasn't started. Well, now it's went down a minute, which I haven't used a whole minute. So let me give you a quick history. So I first brought this forward in June 2018, this concept, this idea. Actually had nothing to do with Valley Line West LRT, because in fact we hadn't even signed the contract at that point. In fact, this was sparked a lot by what I had seen through the Groat Road Bridge piece, which, as you know, essentially it was a year longer than planned. Very unfortunate 2 years. Yeah, it was very unfortunate circumstances, but nevertheless had a very real impact on businesses in the area. And so that was part of what kickstarted this idea. It was at that same time that the City of Montreal was introducing their own version of a program. And that vote was not successful. I think I lost 4-9, according to my blog post. So I tried it again in 2019 to just get a review of how the Montreal example was going. That at least came forward and was approved. To get a report back, and then we didn't get something back for a while, and then we explored it again, wasn't successful. Y'all been there for the rest of the history of that. So, but I stress the importance of this not being a Stony Plain Road piece, because that was never the intent. I appreciate the motion here today is very specific, and it's based off a series of conversations and trying to find any way to advance. So what I actually do want to focus on a little bit is actually why I do think there is some particular need to provide a little bit of focus here. We've done this in other BIAs. We've provided over the last couple of years specific support to Chinatown for very important reasons. We provided specific support to downtown for very specific reasons. And we have been doing some targeted work. And I think about Stony Plain Road and this stretch. And it has been frustrating because, to Councillor Cartmel's earlier point, we had a timeline for the construction. Oddly enough, the bridge over Groat Road working very well, probably going to be done at least on schedule, if not slightly ahead of schedule. That's not the issue. The pillars by West Edmonton Mall working really well, going pretty smoothly. That's not going to be an issue. The issue is between about 149th Street and 156th. Last October was supposed to be the completion of the road on one side of the street as well as the sidewalks. As of August 20th, that work is still not done. And that is still longer than they had been told when this was first all rolled out. And it is hard for those businesses. And that's coupled with a completely unrelated issue, but not due to LRT, but another business that was an anchor for a lot of the area, just closed down because of massive flooding issues, so building with Revolution Cycles. So now there's even less traffic going into a space. And so there are some very unique circumstances here that this area is being hit hard. And, you know, I appreciate the point that, is this meaningful enough? I would argue it's not. What I worry about is, if it's not meaningful enough, is the answer to do nothing or to at least do something? Like, just because we're not where we should be, should we say, well, we can't get to where we should be, let's never do anything? I don't think that's how we normally operate. I think how we normally operate is if we say something's not right, it's not working the way we need to, even if we can't get to the perfect end result, we still say, you know what, let's take a few steps in the right direction and try to get there over time. And the over time is going to be the bigger motion, but this is a conversation that started 6 years ago, and we're no further ahead today than we were 6 years ago. So I'd like to do something to try to show that we can take a little bit of action to recognize a particularly unique part of the city that is going through struggles now, and then hopefully that will allow us to have some broader conversations in other areas that are impacted by these multi-year construction projects again, and that's how we ensure that it doesn't get carried away over time. So I'm out of time, but would encourage folks to consider supporting this very unique circumstance.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Let's see what happens. No, just, it's not frozen, it's warming up. Did you like that? My system is now completely crashing.
Sorry.
No, you haven't voted.
No, where?
The bar, just the bar, right
This one?
in between, no, up high.
Oh.
There you go, click
Oh,
on
my
that.
system's
There you go.
crashing.
Thank you.
I relate to that.
Okay, we got this. We're just missing 6 votes.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm yes.
What was your vote? Nope, got it. Just missing 2 more.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes. My system.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. We have some guests joining us. Do we have any information about them?
Ironically, we do.
Oh.
We are here to welcome some new members of our environmental team, and I do believe this is their first time in council chambers. So they're City of Edmonton employees.
Okay, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay.
So I do believe we have the delegation for 7.3, Mayor Sohi?
Okay, so we dealt with 7.2. We are going to go to deal with 7.3, funding recommendation, surplus school site, executive committee report, addendum. Let me... Bye, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair? I'll just make the introduction to the
Sure,
item.
I have the chair.
Cool. So this is this was at the committee, which I selected, but we were running out of time, so I moved the recommendation. This is to provide additional support to Savira in the amount of $8 million so they can build some of the affordable housing in partnership with the Treaty 6 Confederacy. And this was recommended for support by the administration, and so committee is recommending to council for the same support. And with that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Rice for questions. Anyone? Okay. Who was the vice chair? They can then have to say, okay,
I'll take the chair back.
Okay, to take the chair back, I'll move the recommendation. I will move that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Savita for an amount not to exceed $8 million as outlined in Attachment 2 of the August 14, 2024 Committee Services Report CSO 2425 be approved, that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager, that Attachment 3 of the August 14, 2024 Committee Services Report CSO 2425 remain private pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, and 27, privileged information of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second?
No, I'm chairing. So made and seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Did you want to make any further introductory comments?
No, I think the introduction was what I said, yeah.
Very good. Then we'll go to questions of the mover or administration. Councillor Rice, you selected this item. Do you have any questions you'd like to put forward?
Thank you. I do have a quick questions for this. So I selected this one. So I just want to get the question and from my constituents asked me and to get some answer and from city administration. So Coheven neighborhoods actually residents and has repeatedly expressed their dissatisfaction and to me regarding the Coheven development engagement process. So when this item becomes the public and in this report, so I received some questions. The one question is about because they repeatedly expressed the concern regarding the engagement process, and does administration have any comments about why the neighborhood's residents are so upset regarding the engagement process? So that is in the report and from a community insight perspective.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rice. Are you asking administration to speculate on the opinion of the neighborhood, or would you like us to explain the engagement process itself?
So engagement process itself described in the previous reports, and then so I just try to get a bit of understanding. And even though after 5 years right now, and this school surplus site was proved rezoning, why the residents and in this neighborhood still upset? And is there anything, and from your perspective, and in terms of engagement process, and we can learn from that? Can you comment on some process and or somewhat your thoughts and why? Is there anything missing there?
Councillor Rice, it's Kim here. The engagement process for the redevelopment of this project started back in 2015. There was a community advisory committee and one of the most robust community engagement plans that have been done for a rezoning application. City Council approved the rezoning for this site to allow for the development of apartment housing in 2020. I recognize that since then there hasn't been redevelopment activity, so if perhaps the community's feeling a gap because nothing has happened, but I think the city has been pretty clear about where the status of that application is in terms of a development permit and the development proposal, and so no further engagement is contemplated at this point.
So based on the information in the report, and for this redevelopment on this site, and was piloted as the new comprehensive public engagement process. And can you comment a little bit more about? And I know we're talking about it today, and then from the engagement to the funding agreement right now. I just really confused or really concerned about my resident, my constituents in these neighborhoods keep coming back to say we're still not happy for the process and it happened, and then we would like to have more information and more process engaged. I know, and Kim, we had a conversation before about this, and because this type of conversation repeatedly come back to me and from my constituents, that is why I'm asking this question.
Councillor Rice, there was community conversations, there were public meetings, there was information shared on the website and mail outs, etc. I can appreciate that perhaps the concern the community is expressing is they don't like the outcome of the decision around rezoning the site to allow for housing.
So I don't know if that is true or not, because based on what I heard, and then the community did not against the development. And then it's more concerning about the engagement process. And because they do feel like their voice are not heard. And that's why I would like to have some comments. I know I don't have enough time. I just want to get this in the record to really, as a representative, to ask this question on behalf of them.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair for a moment?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Ms. Petrin, just to build on that, I too had some feedback from one person that lives nearby, and it was around the form of the buildings, and their concern was what was presented in that, as you described, that quite intense public hearing, was that a certain form of building was presented, and now the form of building that is appearing in some of the graphical representations is not of the same ilk, not even the same sort of a building. Can you comment on that?
So the approved zoning for the site is a direct control. So there is a site plan associated with that approved zoning. And so what may have been shown back in 2020 would have been some graphical representation of what could be contemplated. And now that, you know, the applicant is moving forward to a more detailed design, that could have evolved, but there are still the zoning regulations in terms of height and setback and the built form that would still have to be adhered to.
Is the applicant responsible for further engagement once the project is funded and proceeds? Is there any requirement to engage with the community and at least keep them up to date as to what's going to be built?
There isn't a requirement in terms of moving through a development permit process, but I do believe there's a commitment, and maybe Stacy could speak to this further by the owner to continue to inform the community.
Certainly, I'll pass this to Ryanel, who's with the Affordable Housing and Homelessness team responsible for this grant agreement.
Thank you, Stacy. Yeah, SBITA and the city is committed to sharing furthermore in terms of the design. In the next few iteration of the design, once the funding and also the project is fully realized, the concept of the design in the next community share event that was scheduled by SBITA.
So do you know from a calendar perspective about when that would be? Is that a month or two away, several months away?
I don't want to speak on behalf of SBITA. SBITA is here today to answer that question if they're available.
I think I see SBITA people in a window that might be on mute.
Maybe we can pause the time for a second just to...
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
But what I can say, as per communicated by SBITA to my team, once the Affordable Housing Partnership Grant Program that the province is administering, once those decisions are made in terms of the funding, the additional funding source from the province is committed, that's when they can proceed with more community shared event that will be facilitated by Civita directly with the community.
So Civita is seeking additional funding from both the city and the province?
That's correct. Our approach on all of our affordable housing is that we are typically the first funding source for this type of project, so that it can be properly leveraged from other level of government.
Okay, so the sequence will be then a request will be made of the provincial government and so on, and then after that some engagement would be made, which is kind of open-ended. There's not specific dates really available. Is that fair?
That would be
correct.
fair, and just confirming that our Civita folks are having some speaker issues on their end.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cartmel. My question is, I believe to Civita. So my concern is the ballooning cost of this project. And I'm trying to get an understanding because I've done some work with the numbers and I see 51.4 million. Or sorry, I should check. Civita, can you respond? So we know if we can hear you. Maybe I'll try with administration first. So I see the cost for the entire project, from what I can see, is 51.4 million divided by 132 units, which is 389,000 per unit. But then when we look at the affordable housing portion, it's 44.4 million divided by 99 affordable units is 448,000. So that portion of that $8 million for 99 units, that's 80,000 per unit, which if you'd subtract the 80,000, it would be 368,000 per unit, which would make the units more aligned. So why would the affordable housing units cost so much more?
I can take this. Oh, go ahead, Stacy.
Was just going to pass it over to you, Ryan. Thank you.
I can take a stab on that, and maybe Civita has a better answer for this one. In terms of the type of units that's being built on this property, it's there is a bigger emphasis on a bigger units. We're talking about 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units that would typically cost a lot more than your typical 1 or 2 bedroom units.
So the non-affordable, non-affordable is not the correct term. The market value is they're going to be 1 and 2 bedroom. You see, like, I have nothing to relate this to. I just see numbers.
I do see that Civita has switched over to a new room speaker. So Gord, thank you for joining us. Pass it over to you.
Thank you, and Councillor Cartmel, my apologies for the technical issues. It's just been one of those crazy days here. I think we're on to our third device here. So back to the question around community consultation. So if I can just address that one really quickly, and then if I can get a rehash of what the question is just now. So when we get final confirmation of funding from all levels of government, we are firmly committed to being back out in front of that committee in the form of a community share specific to what exactly we have designed. But please rest assured that what we have designed is fully compliant with what council approved. I believe it was in 2020. And just so you know, I'm joined to my left by my Civita colleague here, Lindsay Munn, who is our VP of Capital Development. So any specific questions she can answer. On the actual funding question, the total capital cost of this building is approximately $60 million. So in your report in front of you, I think it outlines the total capital cost is about $44.4 million specific to the affordable units. In Savita world, we don't usually break it down that way, but so the total cost per unit would be right around the $400,000 range, which is very consistent with the previous two builds that Savita has done, namely Londonderry and Lendrum. So I hope that answers your question as well, Councillor Principe, but if it doesn't, we will certainly jump in. So thank you.
My question was more about the difference between the market value ones and the affordable housing ones, affordable units. It seems like there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, so there's in the cost of construction, there would be no differences specific to how much an affordable unit costs versus a unit that we would be renting at 100% of CMHC market rate. So I think it's just the way the report is worded that may be causing some confusion there, Councillor. So
Thank you. Further questions?
I will need to have a round in private.
Is there a private attachment to this? Okay, a motion then to move into private.
So moved.
A second.
Could we do it with unanimous consent, please?
Unless anyone
Unless there's objection.
objects. Seeing none, then by unanimous consent, we will move into private.
So we're just going to need a few minutes to clear council chambers. See if you're able to contact Kavita. Just so join back in. Thanks so much. If we can stop the timer, please. Stop the timer. We're back online.
Thank you. So, any further questions on the motion on the floor and on the screen? Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Principe?
I apologize. I'm not, oh, there we go. I'm just signing up here. Yes, thank you, Councillor Cartmell. I would like to speak to this item. I will support it because of the urgent need for affordable housing and our commitment to that. I would like to raise my concern once again that I do feel that the price per unit is too expensive. I think we need to be looking, even if it is industry standard, maybe we need to look at our standards because my concern is that I think we could be doing better. I think we could be using these funds better, more efficiently to actually create more affordable housing. So I will support this, but I think this is something that we need to delve into a little bit deeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Like I asked earlier question, residents of the Coheven neighborhoods complain to me regularly. So about how upset they are regarding the engagement process surrounding the Coheven and the school surplus site redevelopment. So I heard this since 2021, and then right now still not stopped yet. And then the engagement process happened like that early and it started 2015, what city administration indicated. So right now for so many years, they're still upset. So residents told me and that they were promised a meaningful engagement process, but that they feel the engagement process was not sincere. So neighborhood residents continue to express to me that they remain dissatisfied. So according to our city administration, the redevelopment of a Coheven surplus school site was selected to pilot a comprehensive public engagement process. So a group of neighborhoods residents reached out to me to request that the city assess whether the actual comprehensive public engagement process was followed. So it was confirmed that this request was not included in our city's 2023 audit work plan. However, and I'm so grateful and to her that our city's 2024 annual audit work plan covers and audits project of affordable and supportive housing funding decisions to assess whether the city has an effective process and including engagement process and for making decisions on the use of affordable and supportive housing related funding. So it's my hope this audit project will provide some additional information in terms of the comprehensive public engagement process piloted for the redevelopment of the Coheven surplus school site. So as council's representative of the residents of this neighborhood, so I will be voting no to this motion to highlight the neighborhood's sentiment regarding the importance of meaningful and sincere public engagement process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Knack.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to click in, and sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but I feel like I want to cover a bit of the history of this. I know I'm not the ward councillor for the area, but I just, with greatest respect, have to dispute some of the things that I just heard. So I think back to 2015 when this process was started, and I'll give former Councillor Walters a lot of credits. He really worked quite hard to try to transform how we think about engagement on these sites, because prior to this in 2012 and in 2009 and 2006, I would argue it maybe wasn't as thoughtful as it could have been. There were some pretty mass rezonings done, and maybe the engagement wasn't to the extent that it could have been. But I know Councillor Walters, as the council lead to this file, started with some extensive engagement. They had a whole advisory committee through the community. They hosted numerous meetings. Many of those meetings had literally 300 plus people in attendance over the years leading up from 2015 to the public hearing itself. By the time the public hearing came, and I just double checked the numbers, there were 32 people in opposition. So there were still people in opposition, but I do think it's worth noting that in the 5 years leading from that point to the public hearing, how hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people were involved in that process. My guess, and I think Ms. Petrin sort of shared the answer, is that there are those, like we have probably in every one of our neighborhoods with surplus school sites, people who aren't happy with the final decision that was made. And I don't fault somebody for being, that's a green space that they were used to. There's all of that, but I really need to make sure we give a lot of credit to not just Councillor Walters, but the city staff who were involved in that process over years. That was probably the best version of one of our engagement processes that we've had as a city. And again, that didn't mean that by the end of it, people were going to be in agreement. That was never the intent of that process. The intent of that process was to really dig into why affordable housing is needed in the first place, how we're trying to do that across the city. And so I think that the idea that the engagement was not thorough would be one that I would respectfully dispute. I might not dispute that in 2012, or I might not dispute that in 2009 or in 2006, but the 2015 one was light years ahead. And we even with the guiding coalition on public engagement initiative that we had, that was often referenced as a way to try to help advance this. All of which, to be said, is that affordable housing still is in our jurisdiction, and yet we purposely went out of our way to try as a council and as a city to engage people in a tough conversation, an important conversation, but one that was extensive and had lots and lots of people. So I would just, appreciating the ward councillor's comments, I would hate for folks not to support this because of this assumption that there wasn't reasonable or thoughtful or thorough public engagement, because that was the farthest thing from the truth. There might be other reasons people might not want to support it or not, but I would highly recommend councillors not vote against this because of any assumption on the public engagement side. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Mayor Sohi to close.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Knack for giving that background on the extensive consultation that took place on this project. I was not aware of that because I wasn't here. I was here at the maybe early end of that, right? But I think it's important to be reminded how thoroughly administration and ward councillors engage with constituents, right? So thank you for that. It does raise a concern in a way that why would it take from 2015 to 2024 to actually start construction? There's something actually amiss in the process. Not anybody's fault, but I think just we need to think about why it would take so much time. Just think if we had built those houses 5 years ago, 7 years ago, right? People will be living in them. So I think maybe it speaks to a broader something that we need to continue to explore. I think this is a very good investment. We're leveraging, $1 to $5.50 of investment from other orders of government and from Savita. So $8 million will generate $44 million of construction activity just for affordable housing component of this project. I also want to highlight that the At present, there are over 7,000 families on the waiting list for housing with Savita. And over 20% of them are self-identified as Indigenous. And the project, upon completion, will ultimately house close to 400 Edmontonians in need of affordable housing. Savita has worked closely in partnership with Enoch in relation to the application for funding for this project, and recently Treaty 6 chiefs approved moving this partnership to the broader Treaty 6 organization rather than just Enoch. So this really ties into our commitment on the letter of intent that we signed with Treaty 6 nations to work towards Indigenous-led housing with the Treaty 6 nations involved in the decision-making process related to housing for their members in urban settings. So it really touches on many of the goals that we're trying to achieve as a council, and I would encourage council to support this funding. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Salvador is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Wright's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Well, it doesn't come up. Well, it's Graham, no. Thank you.
Sorry, could
Yes. Oh, sorry.
you, could you,
No.
you're a no, Councillor Rice? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That has carried, and I'll return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cardwell. Okay, we dealt with 7.3. We are on to 7.4, Camrose Casino application response. Are there any brief comments from administration on this, or no? All right, so I am just hold on. Councillor Cartmel, you exempted this for voting purposes, right?
Correct, I have no questions.
Yeah, so
I would, it's the word councillor I would go to if I were you. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
I move that the draft letter as outlining attachment 1 of the August 20th, 2024 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02660 be approved, and that the mayor on behalf of City Council send the letter to Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Commission by August 21st, 2024, outlining council's opposition and objections to the proposed relocation of the Camrose Casino, and 2, that attachment 1 of this report remain private pursuant to Section 29 of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
I'll second that. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
Okay, sure, and I have a question, actually. So this is as discussed from meeting last week, that administration was gonna take the request away and draft a letter to highlight our concerns, some of which are, carry over from the last time that the application was first submitted, much of which hasn't really been resolved. So the draft letter is here, and I think all council members had a chance to review that. My question is, does it have to stay in private? What?
I don't believe so. Once council approves the draft, we can move it into public.
Should I remove that part then? Or should I withdraw that part, or?
It's up to you.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to withdraw that. Withdraw part 2, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so the letter, I thought it was public, but, okay, so will become public as of it removing part 2. Once it's approved, we'll make the letter public. Okay, all right, any other questions? Okay, now to speak. Sorry. Councillor Principe, you have questions? No, okay. All right. Okay, so to speak. Councillor Principe to speak?
Yes, just
Go
to
ahead,
speak.
please.
So I am intending not to support this. I am not necessarily opposed to the relocation of the Camrose Casino. I am opposed to some of the things that will happen because of the relocation, such as the decrease in revenue to the nonprofit organizations. That is the area I wanted addressed, and I would like to see that if the relocation occurs, I would like to see that being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, just
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just based on, if I may.
We are speaking to this. You want to speak?
Point of order, just a point of order.
Yes?
Based on Councillor Principe's comments, I just need clarification. Like the concerns she raised are good ones, and I'm not sure whether she was speaking in opposition or in support of sending the letter in order to address those concerns. I may have misunderstood.
Councillor Principe, you're against sending the letter?
Yes, I am against the letter because the way it is worded,
Okay,
in my understanding, the way it is worded, it's saying I am opposed to the relocation of the Camrose Casino.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Is that clear? Okay, with that, I'll go to Councillor Tang to close.
Thank you for this. I think there's been lots of perspectives on this issue that's been shared, and I think, for me, I have weighed a lot of those factors and considered what is the overall impact to the city of Edmonton and Edmontonians, and I think as a whole, we may gain, whether it's job creation or tax revenue, and we may lose on, say, charity revenue, and other impact. And I think as a whole, we will see a net loss, whether that's in dollar values or otherwise, to Edmonton. Some of the concerns that we have already discussed, that is highlighted in our opposition, includes, infrastructure, and I can appreciate that Parsons Road has been one of our 3 priority areas for arterial road expansion. It's been identified for a long time, and regardless of what goes on this site, something needs to happen, except that if we have more infrastructure dollars, I think we will address that right away, but we don't. And if a development at this scale happens sooner than we can address it, I think that will provide a huge challenge to the movement of goods and people. The second piece around the gaming model review, I don't disagree. I think that's a huge linchpin in this issue. And it's not for a lack of effort on the parts of many municipalities, rural and urban, over the last many years, not just the last 2 years, but the last many years, to try to, work with AGLC in that reform. In fact, in 2021, AGLC had very extensive engagement with a lot of the operators and nonprofit sectors, and there were a number of recommendations so that we can see more equitable gaming revenue distribution across the province. Because I agree, I think especially in the Camrose catchment, they are hugely at a disadvantage compared to the rest of the province, and something like this will benefit them, and we can see more equity. But I just don't think this should be the answer on the backs of Edmonton. Yeah, and I think there's some other pieces around engagement that has also been highlighted as a concern. So I would just say that I appreciate the support of my colleagues on this. I think the challenges here are not new. This is not the first time we're identifying them. I think what this highlights is perhaps a lack of effort that at least I'm aware of that has been made to try to remedy some of those challenges that's been identified for a long time that hasn't really done so. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Okay, please vote.
Can I, before you vote, so you're voting on something that's in private. So step one is let's make it public, and then step two is let's vote on it.
Okay, so let's make part 2 public. That'll be voted on.
Let's make the attachment public as a first step, please.
Okay, please vote.
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I am a yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Sorry, MJ's not even sent the vote out yet, so she's still typing it. And she's asking me for just a moment. The mover was Councillor Tang, and the mayor seconded it.
Yeah.
Sorry, e-scribe is misbehaving. Councillor Principe's a right. Yeah. Councillor Principe's a yes. Councillor Wright, you were a yes? Yep. Councillor Wright's a yes. Mayor was a yes. Councillor Jans. The Councillor Jans is a yes. Scroll down, please. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that was making it public, the letter public. Now we vote on the main or the entire motion. Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we do this with you now? No, sorry.
I'm a yes as well. Did it go through? Oh.
Sorry, we're just missing one. Councillor Rice.
Oh, I'm no.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Well, we are at 4:58.
In our last minute, can we just recap what we're gonna accomplish
Yes,
tomorrow
let's
morning?
do that in last 2 minutes.
So, 2 very small bylaws, item 8.1 and 8.2. The rest of your bylaws have been dealt with. A few in-camera reports, 9.2 and 9.3 are cross-reference, youth council appointments. 9.5, Alberta municipalities. 9.6, the Edmonton Police Commission recruitment. 9.9, city manager update, and then we have 2 motions pending, and there may be some notices of motion given, and that is it.
Okay.
I think we should all be done by noon, please for your, sorry.
Of course. Make plans after lunch.
5.
We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock, 9:30 tomorrow. Okay. And 1:30 as well. Okay. Until